Chapter 3164. The Snow Taoist had arrived. The arrow-like, snow-white chaos flying vessel paused, and a figure clad in snow stepped out calmly. His sleeves seemed to wave casually, and the chaos flying vessel disappeared as well. Taoist Shui's ruby-like eyes did not waver at all. He stared at the Taihao mountain, and then a smile appeared on his face. When the smile appeared, an indescribable coldness radiated out, as if it could freeze everything in the world. Snowflakes condensed out of thin air and sprinkled down in all directions. An extremely terrifying aura also spread out and invaded Taihao Mountain. It's so cold. What's going on? Why is it suddenly so cold? The disciples who were practicing swordsmanship on Taihao Mountain suddenly felt an indescribable coldness invade them. It was as if they were going to be frozen to death. Cold. Very cold. Very cold. The coldness seemed to come from deep within their bones, as if it was coming from the depths of their bodies. They hurriedly circulated their powers to resist the coldness, but they could only alleviate it slightly. In an instant, a strand of extremely shocking sword intent swept through the sky and crushed that strand of cold sword intent. The Snow Taoist, who was outside Taihao Mountain, was slightly surprised that someone had blocked his aura. It was the true saint from Taihao Mountain, right? He was indeed quite powerful. Shenzong took a step forward and appeared outside the main hall of Taihao Mountain. He saw a snow-white figure with faintly red eyes. The figure continued to emanate extremely terrifying coldness, as if it had leaked out from an ancient glacier, intending to freeze everything in its surroundings. The Snow Taoist. He was a peerless cultivator ranked 89th on the real chaos ranking. Now, Chunzong felt slightly threatened. That coldness seemed to be everywhere, trying to invade and freeze Chunzong. If it was before I merged with the inner universe, I would not have been able to withstand the Snow Taoist. Chunzong thought to himself. Fortunately, he had broken through, and the Snow Taoist had only arrived at Taihao Mountain after he had broken through. Otherwise, things would have been troublesome. However, things are different now. After fusing with the innerverse, Lu Yin's cultivation had reached the level of a true saint. Coupled with the Godspan Sword Realm, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. Snow Taoist priest stared at Chunzong in surprise. His sharp intuition told him that this person was not ordinary. He was not like an ordinary true saint. However, wouldn't that be more interesting? If it was the kind of true saint realm that could kill with a casual slash, it would be really boring. At least it looked extraordinary and might be able to block a few slashes from him. It would not be in vain for him to come here personally. With that thought, the smile on Taoist Snow's face grew even clearer, and the coldness in his eyes grew even stronger. The Snow Taoist didn't seem to be moving at all. He straightened his palm and slashed horizontally like a saber. In an instant, the snow-white and clear saber light traveled thousands of meters across the sky and slashed toward Shenzong. Wherever it passed, the air was frozen. This attack immediately made Chunzong's expression change. Cold. The bone-chilling coldness instantly attacked him. The power contained in that slash was extremely terrifying. Ordinary true saints couldn't block it. However, Chunzong wasn't an ordinary true saint. He put his fingers together like a sword and slashed across the sky. There was a crackling sound, and a dazzling sword light burst forth like a thunderbolt. It collided directly with the snow-white saber light. There was an ear-piercing sound when the two collided in the air. You have the right to make me use my saber. Seeing that Chunzong had blocked his attack, the Snow Taoist priest smiled. With a smile, a shocking saber will erupted. The saber will swept across the sky and swept in all directions. As countless snowflakes fluttered in the air, an extremely shocking sharpness filled the air and tore everything apart. Tiny cracks began to appear in the fabric of space around the Chaos Verse, a sign that the fabric of the Chaos Verse was being torn apart. It should be known that the space of the chaotic universe was shockingly strong. Ordinary true saints couldn't break it, but now the Snow Taoist priest was able to leave scratches in the air and tear it apart just by using his peerless saber intent. It was terrifying. The power of these snowflakes was enough to kill countless Saint Realm Masters. Even invincible Saint Realm Masters would be killed by them. The difference in strength was too great. A long saber with a scabbard appeared in the Snow Taoist priest's hand. The scabbard was simple and white. There were red lines intertwining on it. The saber in his hand was snow white. It was so white that it was crystal clear. One could even see faint red blood vessels. The snow-white hand landed on the hilt of the saber, and his 5 fingers clasped. Draw the saber. A ray of red light shot out from the scabbard. In an instant, it swept out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the void seemed to be covered by a layer of light red. The endless snowflakes were also dyed a light red, turning into a crimson red that was as red as blood. Snowflakes, flowers of blood. The shocking slaughter saber intent also burst out in an instant. It was more than twice as terrifying as before. This was the Snow Taoist priest's true strength. This was the strength he relied on to be ranked 89th on the chaotic real ranking. This saber is called Red Snow. I hope you can take it. The Snow Taoist priest's voice sounded. There seemed to be some gentleness in his voice. It was gentleness toward the saber in his hand. There was also some coldness. It was a coldness toward all living things. The moment the red snow saber was unsheathed, it also slashed through the air. The slash was as gentle as water, but it made Chunzong's hair stand on end. He couldn't dodge it. He couldn't dodge the slash at all. The moment Chunzong's consciousness was alerted, the saber had already reached him. Draw the sword. The Heavenwell sword was instantly unsheathed. The sword bloomed with an unparalleled, dazzling light that swept across the sky. The saber and the sword clashed again. A terrifying power immediately shattered the sword light. Chunzong was pushed back hundreds of meters. A chaotic, divine implement. Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly. He stared at the crimson saber in the Snow Taoist priest's hand. His Heavenwell sword was only a half-chaotic divine implement, but the red snow saber was a chaotic divine implement. The power contained in the two weapons was not small. The second slash. The Snow Taoist priest's voice sounded. There seemed to be some joy in it. Chunzong not only made him draw the saber, but also blocked his first slash. Such an opponent was too rare. Slash. This slash was not as gentle as before. Instead, it was extremely violent and domineering. It was as if a snow-capped mountain had collapsed. As the blade slashed out, endless crimson snowflakes seemed to be swept up by a gust of wind. They carried with them a terrifying blade will of slaughter that covered the heavens and the earth. They traversed the sky and swept through the universe in a mighty manner. It was as if all living things in the world would be wiped out by this blade. They would be completely wiped out. A rumbling sound reverberated in all directions. The power was so strong that the protective array of Taihao Mountain shook. Chunzong's expression was solemn, but there was also a hint of excitement. As he slashed out with his sword, an unparalleled power suddenly condensed and exploded. It was as if the shadow of a star had been pulled out from the ancient time and space. It instantly solidified and rolled out. Ancient star. After Chunzong merged with the inner universe, his cultivation had skyrocketed. His strength had become even more domineering. When he used his techniques and unique skills, the power of his attacks had also increased by many times. It was even more terrifying. The sword turned into an ancient star that crushed everything. It directly hit, collided, and caused a shocking explosion. The storm raged as if it would crush everything. Chunzong was immediately pushed back by this terrifying explosion. His strength shook endlessly. The Snow Taoist priest did not even take half a step back. Chunzong could not help but narrow his eyes. So powerful. The Snow Taoist priest's strength was indeed frightening. The true saint realm was a major realm. There was a clear difference between a true saint who had just broken through and a true saint who had broken through hundreds or thousands of years ago. That was the difference between a true saint who had just entered the true saint realm and a true saint who had been there for hundreds or thousands of years. The Snow Taoist priest was a peak true saint, while Chunzong had just merged with the inner universe. Although his cultivation was much stronger than a true saint who had just entered the true saint realm, there was still a gap between him and a peak true saint like the Snow Taoist priest. In addition, the Red Snow Taoist priest's Red Snow Saber was a Chaos Sacred Weapon, while his Heavenly Will Sword was a half-Chaos Sacred Weapon. There was also a gap between them. The only thing that was not the same was their unique skills. Disadvantage. Chunzong was at a disadvantage, but he still managed to block the Snow Taoist priest's attack. The Snow Priest was getting more and more excited. He wielded his blade faster and faster, more and more violently. Every single blade move was like a collapsing snow mountain, terrifyingly powerful. Endless red snowflakes transformed into a fierce storm, crazily roaring towards Chunzong. Every single snowflake was as sharp as a blade. Chunzong kept swinging his sword and performed the single-hearted sword technique to the extreme. His sword moved continuously to block the crimson snowflakes. Suddenly, the Snow Taoist priest swung his sword again. This time, it was different from usual. It was not violent at all. Instead, it was gentle to the extreme. It was silent. Only a wisp of crimson silk condensed and disappeared into the void. Chunzong's expression changed. He felt his hair stand on end. An extremely strong sense of danger exploded in him. His body trembled violently as cold currents flowed backward. He could not dodge. Even his sharp senses became very blurry. A wisp of crimson silk appeared in front of him and cut his body directly. A thin layer of power covered the surface of his body trembled. It immediately blocked the cutting of the crimson silk, but it was torn apart in an instant. His tyrannical body was also torn apart by the threads. Cut! Chunzong's body was cut in half by the crimson silk. His broken body reassembled in an instant. The wound healed as if it had never been injured. The Snow Taoist priest was somewhat surprised. A true saint cultivator comprehended the essence of the great path of the universe and could condense a corresponding body of the great path. To a certain extent, they could be immortal. Of course, immortality and indestructibility were relative. Once one's strength was exhausted, one would be killed. The Snow Taoist priest's attack was a fatal one. It was extremely powerful and could exhaust the opponent's power to the greatest extent. If one attack was not enough, then another attack would be used. Cut! In an instant, strands of blood-colored blade light crisscrossed, transforming into a scarlet net that directly entangled Chunzong. It cut madly, cutting Chunzong's body into pieces as if he was being executed by 1,000 cuts. In the next moment, the crimson snow saber was sheathed. The Snow Taoist priest smiled. He knew how terrifying his ultimate technique was. If he was cut into pieces like this, only death awaited him. But in the next moment, the smile on the Snow Taoist priest's face froze. His eyes suddenly widened as he watched the cut into pieces in front of him reassemble. Chapter 3165. The Indestructible Universe Body. When one's body was merged with the universe, as long as one's power was not exhausted, it would be difficult to kill him. He could even heal in an instant. The inner universe had fused into his body, and the mixed Yuan heart force had undergone a qualitative change, spreading throughout his entire body. It could even be said that the inside of Chunzong's body was basically composed of the mixed Yuan heart force. As he continued to cultivate, his entire body would be completely energized, becoming the structure of the mixed Yuan heart force. When that happened, he would be at the peak of this realm. Cultivators at the peak of the true saint realm had their bodies completely transformed into the power of the great path. Only then could they maintain the so-called immortality. But there would be a time when the power would be exhausted. Chunzong's situation was somewhat different. His primordial heart force's recovery speed was extremely fast, as it was naturally born from his inner universe. His inner universe had fused with his body, and his primordial heart force was also coiled within his body. Therefore, although the Snow Taoist's ultimate move had cut Chunzong's body into pieces, if it had been any other true saint realm cultivator, they would have been exhausted and unable to recover. But not Chunzong. The Snow Taoist was shocked that he could not kill his opponent. The indestructible body was so powerful. Then, the snow Taoist became more excited. The red snow blade in the scabbard kept vibrating, and endless killing intent lingered in it. He unsheathed it again and slashed out a peerless blade light that seemed to split the universe in two. It was Chunzong again. Chunzong did not dodge. The heavenly will sword burst out, and sword intent soared into the sky. He slashed across the sky. Then, he took a step forward and approached the snow Taoist, as if he had traveled through the void. He began to fight in close combat. Close combat was what he was best at. Although Chunzong was not as powerful as Pre-Snow in terms of cultivation and grade of Heavenly Will Sword, Chunzong was amazingly tenacious. Added with the fact that the single-hearted sword art was incredibly powerful, Chunzong was able to fight equally against Pre-Snow, which shocked Pre-Snow even more. Chunzong was a little excited. Because of such an intense battle, his primordial heart power was constantly condensing and constantly attacking the universe immortal body. This caused the universe immortal body to become even more refined. Especially after recovering from the wounds inflicted by the snow Taoist, Chunzong found that the universe immortal body was progressing even faster. This battle was tantamount to tempering oneself and improving oneself. Chunzong Han was not afraid of death. He did not avoid the red snow saber slashes at all. He was completely willing to trade injury for injury. The snow Taoist was shocked to find that this person's strength was increasing. Why was that? Ancient star. Chunzong's sword suddenly erupted. The incomparably tyrannical power was tyrannical to the extreme, instantly crushing down. Slash. This sword strike was like the impact of a star, suppressing and shattering everything. 3 times, the eternal stars. Slash. The snow Taoist's expression changed. He immediately used his strength to block the attack. He fell down in a violent vibration. Boundless, phaseless kill. Chunzong murmured. His eyes flashed. He slashed again. The moment the sword was swung out, the sword disappeared. Fast. Extreme speed. It was a sword that dominated speed. This sword was a new ultimate move that Chunzong had created in recent years. This was because the 4th sword profundity that was born in the celestial sword realm was speed. It was extreme speed. Using the sword profundity of speed together with the unbounded formless kill, the speed of the sword profundity was extremely fast. Boundless. It was as if under this sword there was no such thing as a boundary. The end of the world seemed to be just inches away. Formless meant invisible. The snow priest only sensed an extreme sense of crisis. Before he could react, his body was already hit by the sword. The layer of power covering his body was directly penetrated, injuring his entire body. However, the snow Tao's body was the indestructible snow body. It was a true divine body formed by the great path of snow. Even though he was hit, he recovered in an instant. Even so, the snow Taoist was still shocked. I was hurt. I was hit by his sword. In the beginning, he had the upper hand. He had hurt his opponent many times. However, as the fight went on, his opponent became stronger and stronger. He was able to hurt him. The snow Taoist was shocked. He was not afraid at all. He was only excited. His eyes were light red. Then, they turned crimson. Red light shone from them. Streaks of red light shone. His body seemed to have turned into a blood-red sun. His aura became more and more horrifying. Burst! The snow Taoist exploded. His blade intent surged again. On the surface of the red snow saber, a mysterious pattern spread out. Slash! 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 The snow Taoist seemed to have gone mad. He waved his blade and slashed wildly. He did not defend himself at all. Every slash seemed to be with all his strength. Every slash left scarlet marks in the void. Chunzong was at a disadvantage. He could only keep waving his sword to defend himself. He performed the single-hearted sword technique to the extreme. Even so, he was still hit. Every slash seemed to tear Chunzong's body apart. The immemorial heart force would heal his body in an instant. Consumption. The immemorial heart force was being consumed at an alarming speed. If it were not for his fast recovery, he would not be able to keep up. He would be exhausted to death. Terrible pressure and danger came. Chunzong gritted his teeth and held on. Under this terrible pressure and danger, the indestructible body of the universe that was constantly injured improved after healing. If he continued to fight like this, he might be able to completely transform into the indestructible body of the universe. At that time, it would be more difficult to kill him. His cultivation would also become more powerful. In a short time, the Snow Taoist slashed thousands of times. Chunzong resisted half of them, but most of them hit Chunzong's body. The progress of the indestructible body of the universe was pushed to another level. When Chunzong first broke through, his indestructible body of the universe was equivalent to a beginner level. However, it was stronger than an ordinary true saint. Now, after fighting fiercely with the Snow Taoist, he had broken through to the small success level. 5 times. Divine Firmament, the extremely sharp sword, under the 5 times amplification, slashed out and cut the Snow Taoist body in half. The small success level of the indestructible body of the universe was more powerful. In the past, he had to prepare for the 5 times amplification. Now, it was as easy as 3 times amplification. However, 5 times amplification would also consume a lot of mixed Yuan heart force. It couldn't be used as a regular method. The Snow Taoist couldn't go on like this forever. After being cut in half by Chunzong's sword 5 times, he immediately turned into crimson snowflakes and retreated quickly. His light red eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Why was this person so tough? Even though he had already landed many blows with his saber, each of them carrying a terrifying might, he was still unable to kill the other party. Instead, the other party was getting stronger and stronger. On the other hand, after being struck by the other party's sword a few times, he immediately felt his strength rapidly depleting. If this continued, he might be exhausted to death in the end. The Snow Taoist clearly realized this and retreated without hesitation. Chunzong didn't stop and waved his sword again. Boundless formless kill. The sword stabbed out and disappeared. The Snow Taoist couldn't dodge and was stabbed again. He was instantly pierced, and his strength was consumed again. Run! The Snow Taoist turned and ran. Chunzong immediately chased after him. Boundless formless kill. The sword's power was average, but it was fast and hard to detect. The Snow Taoist couldn't dodge and was hit every time. Before fusing with the Innerverse, Chunzong's sword speed had already reached the level of a true saint. He could travel 100,000 meters in one breath. Now that he had fused with the Innerverse, his sword speed had doubled. He could travel 200,000 meters in one breath, which was extremely shocking. This was a speed that many true saints could not achieve. When he used Boundless Formless Kill, his sword speed was even more terrifying. It reached 300,000 meters in a breath. Ordinary true saints could only reach 100,000 meters in a breath. Powerful true saints could reach 200,000 meters in a breath. Even more powerful true saints could reach 300,000 meters in a breath. Chunzong was only at the initial stage of the universe indestructible body, but he could reach 300,000 meters in a breath. It was terrifying. The Snow Taoist was hit again. He immediately took out his Chaos Flying Ship. His Chaos Flying Ship was a mid-grade Chaos Flying Ship. Its flying speed was several times faster than a low-grade Chaos Flying Ship. It could reach 1 million meters in a breath. This speed was much faster than a top true saint. In the blink of an eye, the snow-white Chaos Flying Ship disappeared in front of Chunzong. Chunzong was disappointed that he couldn't chase after it. This Snow Taoist was an excellent whetstone. Fighting with him would increase Lin Fan's strength and make him stronger. If Lin Fan continued to fight with him, Lin Fan could continue to improve. In terms of absolute power, right now, I'm still inferior to Taoist Snow. But in the end, if nothing unexpected happens, Taoist Snow will be the one to die, not me. Chunzong thought to himself. The universe indestructible body, after merging with the inner universe, was stronger than he had imagined. One of the characteristics of the universe indestructible body was that it was hard to kill. It was harder to kill than ordinary true Saint indestructible body because of the mixed Yuan heart force's fast recovery speed. Now, I have the ability to protect myself in the chaotic universe. Shenzong thought. The chaotic universe was extremely vast. There were many experts and many dangers. Without the strength of the true Saint realm, no one dared to travel far in it. Ordinary true saints were the same. No one knew what dangers they would encounter. Only those top true saints dared to travel across the universe. As long as they were not unlucky, they would not encounter any life-threatening danger. I wonder if I could be listed on the real chaos roll with my current strength. Shenzong narrowed his eyes and thought. Snow Taoist was ranked 89 on the real chaos ranking, which was one of the lower rankings. However, his strength was still extremely frightening. Since Lin Fan could beat Snow Taoist to the point that he had to flee, his strength should be enough to be ranked on the real chaos ranking. In that case, it was time to act. With a thought, Chen Zongxian returned to Taihao Mountain. Now he was equivalent to a top true saint. Moreover, his universe indestructible body had reached the small success realm. It was enough for him to refine an avatar to guard Taihao Mountain. Avatar Doppelganger. Speaking of which, I can't sense Chun Xiu's presence. Is it because he is too far away or something else? Chapter 3166. Inside Taihao Mountain, two figures stood side by side, one in a silver-white sword robe and the other in a black sword robe. Apart from the color of their robes, everything else looked the same. Greetings. The black-robed man smiled and saluted the silver-robed man. From now on, I'll have to trouble you to guard Taihao Mountain. The silver-robed Chun Zong smiled. I'll do my best. The black-robed Chen Zong immediately responded with a smile. Incarnation. This was an incarnation that Chun Zong had refined using various precious materials and his own mysteries. When the inner universe had merged with his body, he had completely become one. After the battle with the Snow Taoist, he had used the heavy pressure of the life and death crisis to break through to the minor completion realm. From then on, he had mastered a new ability, which was to refine incarnations. Incarnations were different from doppelgangers. Chen Xiu was Chun Zong's doppelganger. It had an independent personality and even a spirit. It could cultivate and become stronger, which was why it had traveled for so many years. However, doppelgangers had to divide their own spirits. Incarnations were different. They did not need to divide their own spirits. They only needed to divide part of their consciousness. As long as the majority of their consciousness was not damaged, they could recover in a short time. It would not affect them much. This was considered a benefit, but it also had a disadvantage. The incarnation could not cultivate. It would always be as strong as it was at the beginning. It could not improve at all. This incarnation was refined by Chun Zong with a large amount of precious materials. It had 100% of his combat strength. No, it was weaker than his own body. After all, it did not have a half-chaos divine weapon. However, if he could obtain a real chaos divine weapon, the incarnation's combat strength could be improved to a higher level. The incarnation had another disadvantage, which was that its recovery speed was slower than that of the original body. In other words, if the incarnation fought, it could not rely on the high-speed recovery of the mixed Yuan heart force like Chun Zong's original body. It was extremely difficult to kill it. However, Chun Zong's avatar had been meticulously refined. In fact, no one below the real chaotic ranking was a match for it. Even experts on the real chaotic ranking like Daoist Snow could put up a fight against it for a period of time. If he could obtain a chaos divine weapon, it would not be impossible to defeat the Snow Taoist. It was more than enough to have such an incarnation overseeing Taihao Mountain. As for his original body, of course, he was going to leave Taihao Mountain and search for Union Shin, his master, and the others. He was also going to look for Chun Xiu. The current chaotic universe was different from before. If he found Chun Xiu, his main body and avatar could join forces and become even stronger. Chun Zong left his incarnation behind to guard Mount Taihao, while his original body immediately took action. He quickly left Mount Taihao. He didn't tell anyone, as there was no need to. However, before he left Yuan John Weave, he still had to clean up. At the very least, He had to get rid of the Stargate sect and ensure that the Taihao Mountain could exist better. A speed of 200,000 meters per second was even faster than the Chaos low-tier flying boat. Therefore, Chunzong left the Chaos low-tier flying boat in the Taihao Mountains. An ordinary true Saint's flying speed was 100,000 meters per second, but Chunzong's speed was twice as fast. At this speed, it would not be easy to reach the headquarters of the Stargate sect. It would take some time. Let's go back. The Stargate sect's sect master, second elder, and a group of Stargate Sect Saint Realm experts were on board a low-tier flying boat. They had just left the headquarters of the Stargate Sect and were preparing to go to Mount Taihao to reinforce and welcome Snow Taoist. Unexpectedly, they were already very close to Mount Taihao and would arrive in a few days. However, they didn't expect to receive an unbelievable piece of news. The news came from Snow Taoist. Snow Taoist had been defeated. Yes, Chaos. Snow Taoist, a peerless master ranked 89th on the true ranking, had actually been defeated by the peerless sword saint of Mount Taihao, Chunzong. He had no choice but to flee. Just how unbelievable was this news? The Stargate sect's sect master and second elder were dumbfounded at first. They couldn't believe it, but they quickly reacted. After looking at each other in a daze, they immediately gave the order to return. Snow Taoist wouldn't fool them like this. In other words, the news was true. Snow Taoist had really been defeated and had fled. If even someone as powerful as Snow Taoist had been defeated and had to flee, wouldn't they be courting death if they went? Run. They made a prompt decision to flee as fast as they could. As for what would happen next, they could only think of other ways. At worst, they would fail the mission and withdraw from Yuanzhang Weave. In the future, there would naturally be more masters coming to conquer this weave. Of course, if they failed the mission, they would also be punished. However, they were all true Saint Realm masters, so they wouldn't lose their lives. The Primal Chaos flying ship was extremely fast, carrying the two true Saint Realm masters and a group of Saint Realm masters from Stargate Sect back. At the same time, a sword light flew across the universe at an astonishing speed, twice as fast as the low-grade Primal Chaos flying ship. From time to time, the sword light would suddenly erupt, becoming extremely dazzling before disappearing in an instant, as if it had sunk into the depths of the void. When it reappeared, it was already far away. Boundless, formless slaughter. This was the Sword Dao Sovereign's speed-killing technique. But Chunzong had suddenly decided to use it to hasten his journey. When he used this move, his body and sword would become one, and the sword would carry him through the void. It was as if he had crossed the horizon in an instant, reaching a speed of 300,000 meters per breath. It was even faster when Chunzong unleashed the boundless formless slaughter 3 times. Not only was his speed faster, but his distance was also further. Although every eruption would consume a portion of his strength, the recovery speed of Chunzong's primordial heart force was simply too fast. In just a few short breaths of time, he would be able to recover. As long as he grasped the right rhythm, his strength would be inexhaustible. Chunzong's mastery of the boundless, formless slaughter became more and more refined as he continued on his journey. His attacks were even more stealthy and swift. A land surrounded by countless starlight appeared in front of them. "We're here." Chunzong couldn't help but smile. His strength was constantly consumed and recovered as he continued on his journey. His Immortal Universe Divine Art had also improved, approaching the great success stage, and his strength had also increased a bit. Without hesitation, Chunzong rushed directly to the Stargate land. Before this, the Stargate Sect Master and the others had just returned and were packing up to leave. As soon as they arrived, Chunzong caught up with them. There was no need to say anything. Kill. Chunzong attacked without mercy. Starlight Bloom. Starlight Burst. The Stargate Sect Master and the Second Elder knew that this matter couldn't be settled peacefully, so they immediately attacked with all their strength. The starlight exploded, and the rays surged, bombarding Chunzong like a raging tide in an instant. Each ray of starlight contained an extremely terrifying power, as if it could penetrate and destroy everything. Such power was truly terrifying. If it were an ordinary true saint expert, he would most likely kneel down. However, Chunzong had a faint smile on his face. He swung his sword. The sword light broke through the sky. As soon as he swung his sword, the rays of starlight were instantly shattered and turned into nothingness, as if it could sweep through heaven and earth. Kill! The sword was too vast, just like the true sun. It crossed the sky, and in an instant, it emitted tens of thousands of rays of light, illuminating the void of the universe in all directions. It was as if it could shatter a part of the void. The scorching heat burned everything, and it was extremely violent. The expressions of the Stargate Sect Master and the Second Elder changed drastically. The tens of thousands of rays of starlight could not stop it at all, and were all destroyed. The Second Elder of the Stargate Sect was actually not very strong. He was relatively ordinary in the true Saint realm. However, the Stargate Sect Master was different. He could be considered a relatively strong, true Saint realm expert, and he also had a Chaos Sacred artifact. The two of them joined forces and cultivated the same root, so they were naturally stronger. However, they were still unable to contend against Chunzong, who was at the peak of the true Saint realm. The sword was too vast. It did not explode, nor did it need to explode several times. It directly blasted the two of them away. Their starlight immortal bodies were instantly shattered, and they could only consume their energy to recover. Boundless formless kill. The Second Elder of the Stargate Sect was directly pierced by the sword and could not react in an instant. Divine Firmament. Another sword attack arrived. The sword light was extremely dazzling, stealing all the brilliance in the world. Even the starlight became dim. Under three swords, the Second Elder's starlight immortal body was completely broken. His strength was exhausted and could no longer be recovered. The result was death. Death and destruction of the Tao. It was too fast. In less than a breath, the Second Elder of the Stargate Sect was killed by Chunzong's three swords. The Stargate Sect Master was scared silly. So strong. He was actually so strong. Suddenly, he thought of Snow Taoist. Even Snow Taoist, who was ranked 89th on the Chaos Real ranking, was no match for him. It was natural for him to be so strong. Explode. The Sect Master of the Stargate Sect immediately burst into flames. He turned into a comet that carried an incredibly shocking might and terrifying power. In an instant, he charged into the distance. Escape. He wanted to escape. It would be too stupid not to escape, even though he knew that he was no match for him. However, his idea was very good. Although he burned his starlight immortal body in exchange for faster speed, it only doubled. Under the doubled speed, he could only travel 200,000 meters in a breath. A speed of 200,000 meters in a breath was still slower than the boundless formless kill. A sword pierced through the air and instantly caught up. It directly pierced through the Stargate Sect Master's body. He could not help but pause for a moment, and his speed decreased slightly. Chunzong also chased after him in an instant. Eternal Star. The sword was like an ancient star descending. It carried an extremely domineering power that suppressed and crushed everything. The burning starlight immortal body was hit in an instant and directly shattered and exploded, unable to recover. The burning starlight immortal body was a desperate method because it could be exchanged for more power and faster speed after burning. However, the aftereffects were also very obvious. This kind of burning could not last long. Once it lasted for a long time, it would cause irreparable effects, and even cause one to die from exhaustion. Stargate Sect's Second Elder and Stargate Sect Master died one after another. Chunzong put away his sword because the other Stargate Sect experts were no match for him at all. It was not worth it to draw his sword. After accepting the two storage artifacts and checking them a little, Chunzong immediately smiled. Not bad. It was quite rich, especially the Stargate Sect Master's wealth. As expected of a senior true Saint Realm expert, the combined wealth of the two true Saint Realm experts was more than 100,000 Chaos Divine Crystals. Next, Chunzong directly broke into the Stargate Sect's headquarters and plundered. All the Chaos Divine Crystals of the Stargate Sect's Saint Realm experts were taken away by Chunzong. With another 20 to 30,000 Chaotic Divine Gems, Chunzong now had a total of 150,000 chaotic divine gems. Chapter 3167. Outside Origin John Cosmic City, a beam of sword light flew across the sky at an astonishing speed. He arrived and entered. Yuan Guang's sect and Li family had been paying attention to Taihao Mountain's movements for a long time. They also knew that Snow Taoist had attacked Taihao Mountain, but was repelled by Peerless Sword Saint Qinzong of Taihao Mountain. After reporting it, it caused a great commotion. Now, they even knew that Star Sect had been destroyed by Taihao Mountain's Peerless Sword Saint. Therefore, when Qinzong stepped into Origin John Cosmic City, he was immediately invited. The invitees were naturally the two true saints from Yuan Guang's sect and Li family. I'm Yuan Guang's sect's true saint, Heng Chao. A silver-haired Origin true saint stood up and bowed to Qinzong. I'm Li family's true saint, Li Xian. The other old man with thick black hair also stood up and bowed. It was because Qinzong was extremely strong. He had repelled Snow Taoist and destroyed Star Sect. With such strength, it would be easy for him to deal with them. The strong were always more easily respected. Even if they were all in the true saint realm, there were differences in strength. A powerful true saint realm expert could easily kill a weak true saint realm expert. For example, Qinzong could kill Heng Chao or Li Xian in one breath. Facing a strong person who could kill you in one breath, it was necessary to show respect. I'm Taihao Mountain's sect master, Qinzong. Greetings. Qinzong returned the sword salute. The two were slightly surprised. It turned out that he was Taihao Mountain's sect master. They did not know this. Heng Chao and Li Xian intended to befriend Qinzong, and Qinzong did not mind having two more allies to help Taihao Mountain find allies. The conversation between them was very pleasant. Why don't you move Taihao Mountain to Origin John Cosmic City? We can take care of each other. Heng Chao immediately said. That's a good suggestion. Li Xian immediately agreed. Qinzong immediately thought about it and agreed. Moving Taihao Mountain to Origin John Cosmic City had more advantages than disadvantages. The current Taihao Mountain was still too weak. Aside from Qinzong, Taihao Mountain was only a small force. There were very few saints in Taihao Mountain, far from being comparable to other forces. If they could move to Origin John Cosmic City, they would have another layer of protection. In addition, Taihao John Cosmic City's Origin John Cosmic City and form an alliance with Origin John Cosmic City. In short, Qin of Zhong's Mind John Cosmic City's Origin John Cosmic City. If they encountered a danger that even Universe City could not withstand and was destroyed, then there was nothing they could do. Even a demigod's power could not guarantee that it would last forever. Zhong immediately zoned Cosmic Cities of Origin attention. Yes, the entire Taihao Mountain was moved to Yuanzhan Universe City. The Taihao Mountain was a mountain peak, but the primordial astral city was even bigger. It was easy to accommodate the Taihao Mountain. After all, the primordial astral city had 3 true Saint Realm experts guarding it. However, one true Saint Realm expert had been killed by the Stargate sect. Now, the primordial astral city had no choice but to shrink its territory because of the loss of a true Saint Realm expert. Shrinking the territory naturally meant that more space was available. It was jointly taken over by Origin Light Sect and Li family, and now it was gifted to Taihao Mountain. Taihao Mountain moved slowly. It did not seem fast, but it was not slow either. It was at least 10,000 meters per breath. It was not easy to reach Origin John Cosmic City at this speed. It would take at least 10 years. Therefore, Origin Light Sect and Li family sent Saint Realm Masters to assist in mid-grade chaotic flying ships. They used their power to accelerate Taihao Mountain's movement. From 10,000 meters per breath to 30,000 meters per breath, a threefold increase in speed was enough to further shorten the time needed. Qinzong waited in Origin John Cosmic City. While waiting, he also went to Heaven's secret tower to inquire about news. Information about Yunyanxin and his master, the Xian Dao Emperor. They had to pay a corresponding price. They used chaotic divine crystals as the price to invite people from Heaven's secret tower to search. Human female sword cultivator Union Sheen. She has the bloodline of the star-burning true phoenix. Heaven's secret tower recorded this information. It would be easier to find someone with accurate information. Otherwise, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Who knew how long it would take to find someone? Shenzong also provided the names and characteristics of his master and senior brothers and senior sisters. The deposit is 10,000 chaotic divine crystals. After you find the person, you will be refunded according to the difficulty of the search. The people from Heaven's secret tower told Shenzong. Shenzong did not have any objections. He took out 10,000 chaotic divine crystals and gave it to the other party. He also received a token as proof. After Shenzong left Heaven's secret tower, he immediately went to Treasure Tower. He bought Ancient Demon Origins and Ancient Demon Origins. The Ancient Demon Origins and Ancient Demon Origins that Shenzong bought were at the Saint Rudiment stage. They were at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage because True Saint stage origins were too expensive. There were 10 Ancient Demon Origins and 10 Ancient Demon Origins. After leaving Treasure Tower, he returned to his temporary residence and took out the Heavenly Will Sword. The Heavenly Will Sword sensed the existence of the Ancient Demon Origins and immediately trembled. It was very happy and expressed a desire to devour them. Eat to your heart's content. Shenzong immediately smiled. As the Heavenly Will Sword trembled, it immediately pierced into an Ancient Demon Origin. A burst of energy burst out, and the Ancient Demon Origin rapidly shrank. In just 10 breaths, the first Ancient Demon Origin was devoured. After devouring the first Ancient Demon Origin, the Heavenly Will Sword's aura changed slightly, but it was not obvious. It continued to devour the second Ancient Demon Origin. Soon, all 10 Ancient Demon Origins were devoured. The Heavenly Will Sword's aura became stronger, but there was no qualitative change. It continued to devour. This time, it devoured Ancient Demon Origins. The 10 Ancient Demon Origins were also devoured. It was no different from devouring Ancient Demon Origins. In other words, devouring Ancient Demon Origins and Ancient Demon Origins of the same level was the same. However, 20 origins were not enough for the Heavenly Will Sword to truly transform. It needed more to restore it to the level of a chaotic saint artifact. Shenzong calmed down and communicated with the Heavenly Will Sword. He knew that it needed another 30 Ancient Demon Origins and Ancient Demon Origins. Shenzong could not help but fall silent. An Ancient Demon Origin or Ancient Demon Origin that was equivalent to a peak Saint Rudiment stage Ancient Demon Origin was worth 5,000 chaotic divine crystals. Previously, he had bought 20 Ancient Demon Origins and used up a lot of the chaotic divine crystals he had. The remaining tens of thousands could only buy a few more Ancient Demon Origins, or even less than 10. However, if he wanted the Heavenly Will Sword to truly restore it to the level of a chaotic saint artifact, he needed 30 Ancient Demon Origins. Shenzong could not help but have a headache. It was not enough. It seemed that he would have to run around for chaotic divine crystals again. No, I still have a chaotic saint artifact saber. Shenzong suddenly thought of the chaotic saint artifact used by the Stargate sect master. It was now his spoils of war. The value of chaos divine artifacts was very high. Hundreds of thousands of chaos divine gems were not an exaggeration. Many true Saint Realm experts could not afford to use chaos divine artifacts. Generally, only the more experienced and powerful true Saint Realm experts could buy chaos divine artifacts over a long period of time. Some had to go through many dangers to obtain them. Shenzong's original plan was to exchange the chaotic Saint Artifact Saber for a chaotic Saint Artifact Saber and give it to his incarnation. This way, his incarnation's combat strength would be stronger and could better protect Taihao Mountain. However, it seemed that he could only sell the chaotic Saint Artifact in exchange for chaotic divine crystals to buy enough Ancient Demon Origins to further restore the Heavenly Will Sword. At the very least, the restoration of the Heavenly Will Sword was more important. Who should he sell it to? The treasure house was an option, but Shenzong wanted to ask the Yuan Guang sect and the Li family for their opinions. The Yuan Guang sect and the Li family were old forces that had existed for many years and had a deep foundation. When Heng Chao and Li Xian heard Chun Zong's words, they looked at each other and were very tempted. A chaotic saint artifact was not an ordinary treasure. "Sir, why do you want to sell the chaotic saint artifact?" Li Xian still asked. "To buy a batch of ancient demon origins. I don't have enough chaotic divine crystals." Chun Zong did not hide anything. Ancient demon origins and ancient demon origins were different from divinity. Divinity could be absorbed and refined directly to strengthen one's cultivation. However, ancient demon origins and ancient demon origins could not be used. They could only be used to refine weapons. Therefore, ancient demon origins and ancient demon origins of the same level were less valuable than divinity. However, they were not cheap either. "May I know what level of origin it is? How much do you need?" Heng Chao asked. Chun Zong also stated the level and amount of ancient demon origins he needed. "Sir, it's great that Taihao Mountain has moved to Yuan Zheng Cosmic City. In that case, we'll give you the congratulatory gift first." Li Xian immediately smiled. The so-called congratulatory gift was the origin. The Origin Light sect offered 15 pieces of ancient demon origins, and the Li family offered 15 pieces of ancient demon origins. This was a congratulatory gift. Chun Zong did not refuse. He accepted this favor. Leaving and returning, the heavenly wool sword continued to devour. When the last piece of ancient demon origin was devoured, the heavenly wool sword suddenly trembled. Strands of sword energy circulated around the sword like flowing light. The light gradually became stronger, and a shocking aura spread out. It was as if the sword had awakened from a deep sleep and was becoming more and more powerful. It was an ancient aura that seemed to have come from countless years ago. The aura was vast and mighty. As soon as it appeared, it was as if an ancient world had descended. At the same time, the aura contained a peerless sharpness. It was a sharpness that could cut and pierce through everything. Chun Zong held the heavenly wool sword and immediately felt an extremely pure power emanating from the heavenly wool sword. The power was so pure that it constantly poured into the immortal body of the universe and washed over his body. Chun Zong could clearly feel that his immortal body of the universe was improving at an obvious speed. Improvement. Continuous improvement. The transformation from a semi-chaos divine implement to a true chaos divine implement was a qualitative change. It was a leap in improvement. An even more powerful power was stimulated. It was like potential that was integrated into Chun Zong's immortal body of the universe, pushing it to improve. Chun Zong could not help but smile. This was really a pleasant surprise. He did not expect that by improving the heavenly wool sword and transforming it into a chaos divine implement, he would also receive the feedback of the pure power. His cultivation would improve further, and he would be closer to mastery. When the last strand of power passed from the heavenly wool sword into Chun Zong's body, the immortal body of the universe trembled slightly. It was as if the collision of stars had released a terrifying power. Another breakthrough. Mastery. Chapter 3168. Great mastery of the undying cosmic body. Chun Zong's strength rose again, becoming even more tyrannical. "Now, the Snow Taoist shouldn't be a match for me," Chun Zong said to himself. When the undying cosmic body had reached small mastery, Chun Zong had been able to fight the Snow Taoist with the heavenly sword, a semi-chaos sacred weapon. In the end, he had defeated the Snow Taoist. Now that the undying cosmic body had broken through to great mastery, his strength had increased greatly. The heavenly sword had also broken through from a semi-chaos sacred weapon to a true chaos sacred weapon. Its power had increased greatly. In this way, Chun Zong estimated that his strength had increased by at least 2 or 3 times. It was enough to suppress a powerhouse at the level of the Snow Taoist. I wonder where my current strength ranks on the real chaos leaderboard. Chun Zong secretly guessed. The real chaos leaderboard was a very high-ranking list. It wasn't something that could be ranked on just because one wanted to. One had to be truly powerful. Chun Zong had learned that the few people ranked at the top of the real chaos leaderboard were extremely powerful. They could even escape from the hands of a demigod. There was a huge gap between a true saint and a demigod. It couldn't be easier for a demigod to kill a true saint. It was amazing to be able to escape from a demigod. Next, he had to wait. He waited for news from the Tianji Tower and for the Taihao Mountain to migrate. While waiting, Chunzong didn't idle around. He set off for the universe-level forbidden area closest to the Yuanzhan Weave. Why was he going to the universe-level forbidden area? He wanted to earn Chaos Divine Gems. Again and again, Chunzong realized that the Chaos Divine Gems were too important. He had to bring more with him. It would be terrible if he didn't have enough when he needed it at a critical moment. Just like before, he had almost sold the Chaos Sacred Weapon Longsword. As for the long blade, Chunzong had also exchanged it for a sharp long sword from the treasure tower. He was going to give it to his avatar after the Taihao Mountain moved over. With Chunzong's current strength, he was more powerful than the Snow Taoist priest. He could be ranked in the top 80 on the Real Chaos leaderboard, or even higher. Such strength was enough to run rampant in all void-level danger zones. As long as one did not seek death in the universe-level forbidden zones, one would most likely be safe. Even if one encountered any danger, one could rely on his strength to deal with it or even escape. Chunzong's goal was to earn chaotic divine crystals, so he wouldn't take any risks. Years passed. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. Weapon Ruins. This was the closest universe-level forbidden area to Yuanzhan Weave. It was born in the universe era before the previous universe era. Inside the Weapon Ruins, there were countless broken pieces of sacred weapons and even primal chaos weapons. After these sacred weapons and primal chaos weapons were broken, they constantly emitted a terrifying aura that formed the weapon of termination. One had to know that these were all real weapons. They were all weapons that had been through battles and killings. The weapon of termination filled all directions and lingered around the entire Weapon Ruins. The Weapon Ruins was vast and boundless, as if it existed in the depths of the void of the chaotic universe. After accumulating for a long time, the baleful energy finally transformed. The baleful energy had a spirit of its own and was extremely dangerous in the Weapon Ruins. A weak baleful energy had the strength of a peak saint realm expert, while a strong one had the strength of a true saint or even a peak true saint. If one continued to go deeper, the weapon of termination could even have the strength of a powerhouse on the Real Chaos leaderboard. Chunzong had encountered the weapon of termination once. The strength of the weapon of termination was not inferior to the Snow Taoist priest. Although Chunzong won that battle, he was unable to kill his opponent. It was too difficult to kill. It was not that he couldn't kill his opponent if he continued to fight, but the problem was that the other weapon of termination had approached him before the battle ended. Chunzong had no choice but to retreat. The benefit of the Weapon Ruins was the weapon of termination, or rather, the origin after killing the weapon of termination. The origin of termination. It was the purest origin of a saint artifact. It could be used to refine a new saint artifact, or even a chaos saint artifact. Naturally, its value is not low. Other than that, some saint artifacts or even fragments of chaos saint artifacts were valuable, especially the fragments of chaos saint artifacts. Even after a long time, it was difficult to completely erase them. They still had a certain value. After a few years, Chunzong had earned a lot of wealth. He had accumulated a total of 300,000 chaos divine crystals, which could be considered a huge sum of money. If he stayed for a few more years, or even 10 years, Chunzong was confident that he could earn 1,000,000 chaos divine crystals. However, the Taihao Mountain had finally arrived at Origin-Zhan Cosmo City. Chunzong had to return. The huge Taihao Mountain slowly flew into Origin-Zhan Cosmo City. Everyone in the Cosmo City watched, but they did not panic. They had already received the news beforehand and knew what was going on. There's one more sect. That's a sect that belongs to us humans. It's a sword cultivator sect. The humans of the Cosmo City were extremely proud. This was because they all knew that the leader of the Taihao Mountain was the peerless sword saint. He was a sword cultivator in the true saint realm. It was said that he was very powerful and had once defeated the Snow Taoist, who was ranked 89th on the Chaos True ranking. This meant that the peerless Sword Saint's strength could also be listed on the Chaos True ranking. He was one of the few top true Saint Realm experts. A sword cultivator sect with a peerless expert on the Chaos True ranking was extremely attractive. One could imagine that once the Taihao Mountain settled down in Origin Zhan Cosmos City, many people would definitely want to become a disciple of the Taihao Mountain. Congratulations, Your Excellency, peerless Sword Saint. Heng Chao and Li Xian came to congratulate him and brought gifts. As for the ancient demon origin as the congratulatory gift, it was true. Therefore, the congratulatory gift wasn't that valuable. It was equivalent to a symbol, but it wasn't bad either. It was 50,000 Chaos Divine Crystals each. It was quite a generous gift. 100,000 Chaos Divine Gems was a huge sum for the Taihao Mountain. After all, the Taihao Mountain only had 10,000 Chaos Divine Gems in total. It was very poor. The Taihao Mountain's arrival in Origin Zhan Cosmos City was a big deal, but it was not a big deal. After a simple ceremony, it was considered to have settled in Origin Zhan Cosmos City. They formed an alliance with the Origin Light sect and the Li family under the witness of other sects and itinerant cultivators in Origin Zhan Cosmos City. They would guard Origin Zhan Cosmos City together and take charge of Origin Zhan Cosmos City. Then, Chun Zong refined a new avatar. The original avatar was refined with the initial mastery of the universe indestructible body. Now that his original body had broken through to the greater mastery of the universe indestructible body, he naturally had to refine it so that the avatar would also have the power of the greater mastery of the universe indestructible body. Then, he handed the Chaos Divine Longsword to the avatar to refine. From then on, the avatar would wield it. With the cultivation of the greater mastery of the universe indestructible body and a true Chaos Divine Longsword, the avatar's strength would be enough to kill and defeat a powerhouse like the Snow Taoist. With him guarding Taihao Mountain, it would be even safer. The Taihao Mountain began to recruit disciples. Now that the Taihao Mountain no longer lacked property, it naturally had to cultivate more outstanding disciples to strengthen the Taihao Mountain and better pass down its legacy. Half a year later, the Taihao Mountain had completely taken root in Origin Zhan Cosmos City. It had also gone through various election tests and recruited hundreds of talented disciples. It was in the process of steady development. As for the Snow Taoist, he did not come again, nor did he do anything else. Chun Zong also received a message from the Tianji sect. According to the information provided by Your Excellency, we have found a person who matches it. Yun Yinxin appeared in the demon-slaying territory 30 years ago and was still in the demon-slaying territory 10 years ago. The people of the Tianji sect told Chun Zong. The Demon Slayer Domain. Chun Zong's eyes suddenly flashed. The Demon Slayer Domain was a domain adjacent to the Ancient Demon Domain. When the ancient demons wanted to invade the Ancient Demon Domain, they were resisted and formed the Demon Slayer Domain. It was equivalent to the front line of the war between the ancient demons and the ancient demons. Of course, the ancient demons would not only attack the Demon Slayer Domain. They could also enter the Ancient Demon Domain through other domains. However, the distance would be farther, the journey would be longer, and they would spend more time. They would also encounter various dangers in the universe, so they were often unable to move on a large scale. If they wanted to invade the Ancient Demon Domain, going through the Demon Slayer Domain was the most direct way. The ancient demons would attack from time to time, and the ancient demons would resist. The two sides were in a stalemate for many years. In the beginning, it was only to invade and resist, but now it was a stalemate. He had found information about Yin Yinxin, but he had not found any information about his master, the One-Heart Tao Emperor, and his senior brothers and sisters. However, Chun Zong had kept the token, so he could go to the Tianji sect in other universe cities to continue asking. Move! He immediately set off and rushed to the Demon Slayer Domain as fast as he could. This time, Chun Zong did not have the time to slowly gather the people. Instead, he chose to activate the space-time teleportation array alone, even if he had to pay more Chaos Divine Crystals. However, The 300,000 Chaos Divine Crystals he had saved up were more than enough. Teleport, teleport, teleport. Shenzong teleported again and again. The distance between the Yuanzhan Weave and the Demon Slayer domain was very far. Shenzong had been teleported through 4 Chaos Giant cities and 9 Universe cities. It took him a lot of time and tens of thousands of Chaos Divine Crystals before he finally arrived at the Demon Slayer Universe City. What a chaotic aura. Shenzong's expression changed as soon as he walked out of the space-time teleportation array. The aura here was much more chaotic compared to the Universe City, Primal Chaos City, which he had been to before. The air seemed to be filled with a kind of chill and desolation, as if it was filled with smoke. However, this was the Demon Slayer domain, the front line of the ancient demon domain. It was reasonable for the aura to be like this. However, Shenzong did not care about this for the time being. His first purpose here was to find Yuanzhan. He quickly stepped out of the space-time temple and headed directly to the Tianji Tower. The Tianji Tower was a great force. Its branches were all over the Chaos Giant cities and Universe cities. Some of the more powerful Void cities even had branches of the Tianji Tower. Every Tianji Tower could communicate with each other. With the token, Shenzong came to the Tianji Tower in the Demon Slayer domain and once again searched for information about Yuanzhan. Now, was Yuanzhan still in the Demon Slayer domain? This time, Shenzong did not have to wait for long. He soon received a reply from the Tianji Tower. Yuanzhan was still in the Demon Slayer domain and was fighting the ancient Demon Slayer domain at the front line. However, the Tianji Tower was not sure whether she was the person Shenzong was looking for. After all, the Tianji Tower was looking for people based on the information provided by Shenzong. The person they found matched the characteristics, but they could not be 100% sure that it was her. Whether it was true or not, he would know after making a trip. Chapter 3169. At the front line of the monster-slaying weave, there were battle fortresses suspended in the void. Each battle fortress was separated by a distance of 1,000,000 miles. There were a total of 99 such battle fortresses, forming an arc that protected the monster-slaying weave. Within the space of 1,000,000 miles between each battle fort, there were many prismatic crystals. Each prismatic crystal was 10 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 3 meters thick. Each prismatic crystal was tens of thousands of miles away from each other. In other words, there were 99 prismatic crystals between 2 battle fortresses. Each prismatic crystal was almost transparent, like a crystal. It emitted layers of halos, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. From afar, it looked like a little bit of starlight. There were at least a dozen people guarding the 1,000-meter radius of each prismatic crystal. At most, there were 20 to 30 people guarding it. At the 39th prismatic crystal of the 19th battle fortress, there were 11 figures guarding it. One of the figures was floating in the air, surrounded by a thin layer of flame. The flame seemed to be green, but it also seemed to be golden. Or it could be said that the green flame was filled with specks of golden light like stars. It was very dazzling and magnificent. A long sword was floating beside him. It seemed to be constantly spitting out green and gold flames. As the sword chi spat out, it seemed to be strengthening bit by bit, becoming more and more tyrannical. Lord Qing Huang is working too hard. Since Lord is working so hard, we have to work hard too. We have to try to comprehend the truth of the universe's great Tao as soon as possible and break through to the true saint realm. Looking at the female sword cultivator wearing the azure gold true phoenix saint armor, cultivating hard, the other 10 figures also began to cultivate. This was also one of the methods they usually used to guard the battle fortress nodes. Cultivation was very important. They cannot waste time. Otherwise, they might regret their lack of strength and why they did not work harder. The ancient demons would not talk so much. They would directly kill. The days of guarding the battle fortress nodes were undoubtedly boring, but they had to do so. Otherwise, if the nodes were destroyed, the connection between the battle fortresses would be broken. The more nodes were destroyed, the greater the impact. When a number of nodes destroyed reached a certain number, the connection between the battle fortresses would completely disappear. At that time, the ancient demons would be able to break into the demon slayer territory and then other territories. Therefore, the nodes could not be lost. Occasionally, a few nodes would be damaged, and they would have to be repaired or even rebuilt immediately. Normally, they would need cultivators to guard them. This node was guarded by 2 true Saint Realm Masters and 10 top Saint Realm Masters. A beam of crimson fire spread out and came from the void. It was as swift as a flaming meteor. In the blink of an eye, it streaked across the sky and escaped into the 10,000 meters of light covered by the node. Finally, it stopped in front of the female sword cultivator in the green-gold true phoenix armor. This was a young male cultivator wearing a crimson robe. There seemed to be a nail-sized, prismatic crimson crystal embedded between his eyebrows. There seemed to be a flame burning within it, making this male cultivator look very handsome. "Qing Huang, I'm back." The male cultivator smiled at the female sword cultivator. Soon after, he clasped his hands together and opened them again. A ball of fire immediately burned. Within the ball of fire, a faint flower bud slowly appeared and bloomed. As soon as the flower bud bloomed, it immediately absorbed all the void energy around it and constantly replenished itself. It quickly solidified and finally turned into a strange-looking flower. It looked like a phoenix that was about to spread its wings and soar high. Wisps of flame aura surrounded it. There seemed to be a cry that sounded like the cry of phoenix. "This is for you, the void heavenly phoenix flower." The male cultivator gave the flower that looked like a phoenix as if he was offering a treasure. It turned into a small crimson phoenix and flew toward the female sword cultivator. The void heavenly phoenix flower was a kind of treasure that was shockingly valuable. It was of great help to cultivators who comprehended the great Tao of fire of the universe. It was also of great help to true Saint Realm Masters who had comprehended the great Tao of fire. More importantly, it was of great help to cultivators who had the flaming phoenix bloodline. Once the void heavenly phoenix flower approached and came into contact with the female sword cultivator's body, it would merge into her body and be absorbed, refined, and absorb again to increase her cultivation base and strength. Seeing the void heavenly phoenix flower approach the female sword cultivator, the male cultivator instantly smiled. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. The void heavenly phoenix flower couldn't merge into the female sword cultivator's green-gold fire. Instead, it was rejected. "Why?" the male cultivator immediately asked. "I spent so much effort and decades to finally find this void heavenly phoenix flower. It can increase your strength and help you reach the peak of true Saint Realm. Why don't you accept it?" The female sword cultivator didn't answer. Or rather, silence was an answer. "Tell me, I want to know why." The male cultivator gritted his teeth. His face grew ferocious. He'd pursued this female sword cultivator for hundreds of years, but until now, she hadn't moved at all. She didn't accept any of his good intentions. "I have a cultivation partner," the female sword cultivator finally said. Her voice was clear and bright. "I have a cultivation partner, so I won't accept your pursuit or any of your good intentions." This reason again, the male cultivator growled. He couldn't accept this. "I've followed you for hundreds of years, but I've never seen your cultivation partner. Even if you had one, he'd be long dead." "He won't die. He's definitely still alive." The female sword cultivator's tone was firm. "One day, he'll find me, and I'll find him." Her tone was so firm that the male cultivator almost went crazy. "I'm a candidate for deity of Xian Flame Divine Palace, but I've followed you for hundreds of years. I even followed you to guard this place with a bunch of lowly people. Don't you know how much I've sacrificed?" The male cultivator was extremely agitated. His expression grew even more ferocious. "I spent decades to find a void heavenly phoenix flower for you, but you don't want to accept it. Is this how you treat me? You trample on my efforts, my sacrifice, and my dignity." As he spoke, the male cultivator furiously attacked. A crimson light suddenly pierced through the sky and instantly struck the void heavenly phoenix flower, completely shattering it. The void heavenly phoenix flower, which was extremely valuable and could only be bought with tens of millions of Chaos Divine crystals, was shattered just like that. No, even if one had tens of millions of Chaos Divine crystals, one might not be able to buy a Void Heavenly Phoenix flower, because it was very difficult to find. A bunch of lowly people die. After destroying the Void Heavenly Phoenix flower, the male cultivator's anger was aimed at the 10-peak Saint Realm experts. He immediately attacked, blasting out a blazing crimson flame. The flame was extremely red and extremely hot. It could easily incinerate everything. The 10-peak Saint Realm experts were completely locked on. They were extremely frightened and couldn't dodge at all. They were waiting for death. They could only wait for death. In the Saint Realm, even if the gap between a peak Saint Realm Master and a true Saint Realm Master was huge, this person was a peak true Saint Realm Master. The power of his attack was astonishing. Death. The result was death, an irresistible death. In the blink of an eye, the female sword cultivator's expression changed slightly. She immediately released a shocking sword intent. The sword intent was earth-shattering. As soon as it appeared, it turned into a vast azure and golden sword light. Burning with endless flames, it directly shattered the flame and saved the 10-peak Saint Realm experts. The male cultivator was stunned. He became even more furious and attacked again. The female sword cultivator also attacked, blocking all his attacks. Good. The male cultivator was extremely furious. He was indeed stronger than the female sword cultivator, but without using his trump card, his strength was limited. He could defeat his opponent, but it would be difficult for him to kill them. As such, it wouldn't be easy to kill the 10 Saint Realm ants. However, if he insisted on killing them, he could still do it. This is the fortress's node. We can't afford to lose it. The female sword cultivator said coldly. If you cause the node to malfunction, even the dazzling flame divine palace won't be able to protect you. The male cultivator gritted his teeth, but didn't attack again. He knew very well that this was indeed the node, and they were all guarding it. If he killed the 10 Saint Realm experts and caused the node to malfunction, the consequences wouldn't be something he could bear. It wouldn't be easy for the dazzling flame divine palace to protect him. Then, this was a serious problem. He was one of the candidates for the position of godson of the dazzling flame divine palace. If he did something wrong, it would affect his position. You will definitely regret it. The male cultivator stared at the female sword cultivator and said word by word. Every word seemed to be filled with a terrifying threat. I have regretted something, but it has nothing to do with you, the female sword cultivator replied. Oomph. With a cold snort, the male cultivator's body immediately emitted strands of flames. With a boom, he flew out like a meteor. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he flew out of the area of the node and towards the battle fortress in the distance. Thank you, Master Qing Huang. Thank you, Master Qing Huang, for saving us. Fortunately, Master Qing Huang intervened. Otherwise, we would all be finished. The 10 top Saint Realm experts immediately expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the female sword cultivator. I can only block him for a while. After this round of guarding is over and we leave, you all have to be careful, the female sword cultivator warned. She wasn't threatening them, but stating a fact. Because this person's temperament wasn't good, whenever he was unhappy, he would vent his anger on others. Since he had failed to kill them this time, he would definitely hold this grudge in his heart. When the time came, these 10 Saint Realm Masters would have already left the node, and it was very likely that this person would seek revenge. A Saint Realm expert, even a top Saint Realm expert, was targeted by a top true Saint Realm expert. Unless they had a powerful backer, they wouldn't be able to resist. Not to mention, the top true Saint Realm expert was a candidate for the Dazzling Flame Divine Palace, even if he was just one of the candidates. The Dazzling Flame Divine Palace was a powerful force with a demigod realm expert in charge. It wasn't something an ordinary force could compare with. It was a top force among the human race and the origin race. For a moment, the 10 top Saint Realm experts all looked worried. At that moment, a figure approached from the distance at an astonishing speed. A terrifying, murderous aura swept over like a storm. Chapter 3170. It's the baby's birthday today. I want to take a family photo in the morning. Here's the first update. Ancient demons. The ancient demons are attacking. At the 39th node of Battle Fortress number 19, the 10 top Saint Realm experts exclaimed as their expressions changed drastically. The figures that appeared in front of him were the ancient demon clan. They were flying through the void at an astonishing speed. Their terrifying aura was also condensed, like an extremely powerful destructive storm that was about to strike. Guard the node well. The female sword cultivator in azure gold armor immediately said with a cold expression. At the same time, she immediately sent a message to the god sun candidate from Dazzling Flame Divine Palace who had just left to rush over to guard the node. This was because guarding the node was originally the responsibility of the 12 people. Usually, they could leave for a short period of time, but once the ancient demons attacked, they had to rush back to guard it as quickly as possible. After sending the message, there was no response. The female sword cultivator's heart sank, and she immediately sent another message. At this time, the ancient demons had already approached, and their terrifying aura swept over like a storm. Hundreds of them. There were more than 100 ancient demons that were attacking. Each ancient demon was 5 meters tall and covered with dark green snake scales. They looked rough and tough. The ancient demons had triangular heads that looked like wolves and snakes. Their eyes were green and cold, as if they did not have any emotions. They had a pair of long arms with bulging veins. Their 6 claws were extremely sharp and seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Among the hundreds of ancient demons, most of them had 2 arms. A small number of 5-headed ancient demons had 4 arms. 4-armed ancient demon. The female sword cultivator looked solemn. A 2-armed ancient demon was equivalent to a Saint Realm expert, while a 4-armed ancient demon was equivalent to a true Saint Realm expert. If it was a 6-armed ancient demon, it was equivalent to a top true Saint Realm expert. The ancient demon clan was naturally powerful. Therefore, the strength of a 4-armed ancient demon was also very terrifying. Although its level was equivalent to an ordinary true Saint Realm expert. In a one-on-one battle, an ordinary true Saint Realm expert was most likely not a match for a 4-armed ancient demon. As for the strength of a 6-armed ancient demon, it was extremely terrifying. Above the 6-armed ancient demon, there were 8-armed ancient demons. They could be said to be invincible in the true Saint Realm. Only the experts on the chaotic real board were qualified to compete with them. The combined strength of the 5-headed, 4-armed ancient demon was also very terrifying. It was difficult to fight against it without the strength of a peak true saint. Although the female sword cultivator was at the true saint realm and was more powerful than the average true saint realm cultivator, there was still a gap between her and a peak true saint realm cultivator. He sent a message to the battle fort asking for reinforcements, but he wasn't sure when they would arrive. Before that, he could only fight. Even if they died in battle, they had to protect the node. Otherwise, once the node was destroyed, these ancient demons might cross the node and invade the demon-slaying territory. Fight to the death without retreating. This was the attitude of the cultivators in the demon-slaying weave toward the ancient demons. If they did not have such an attitude, they should not have come to the demon-slaying weave. Of course, the contribution of guarding the node wasn't small. Especially when the ancient demons invaded, the contribution was great, and it was enough to be exchanged for many treasures that were helpful to the improvement of one's strength, cultivation, and so on. The path of cultivation was originally filled with danger. If one wanted to live comfortably, one could only stay in one place. It was difficult to improve one's cultivation. If one wanted to continue on the path of cultivation, one had to take risks and work hard to improve oneself to a higher level. If one wanted to improve, one had to experience hardships and dangers, and there was the possibility of dying at any moment. However, sometimes death was also an opportunity. Defend the node with all your strength, the female sword cultivator said in the end, because hundreds of ancient demons had already attacked. Kill. The azure gold sword light burned with blazing flames and immediately slashed through the air, turning into a huge phoenix. Its entire body was covered with terrifying azure-colored flames. The flames were filled with specks of golden starlight, and it carried an astonishing power as it bombarded the ancient demons. The 5 four-armed ancient demons howled one after another. Dark azure-colored light immediately spread out from their 4 arms and quickly condensed. Then, they blasted out, blasting toward the azure gold flame phoenix as if they were shattering a vacuum. 10 Peak Saint Realm humans joined forces to set up a formation. When their strength was connected, their strength had increased significantly. The formation set up by 10 Peak Saint Realm experts was comparable to an ordinary true Saint Realm expert. Fortunately, the cultivator's task was to guard the node. However, this was also a very difficult task. There were too few people, but fortunately, they had the help of the node's power. The power emitted by the node covered a radius of 10,000 meters. The world's yuan qi within 10,000 meters was richer and purer than other places. It could allow the cultivators to recover their strength faster after consuming it, allowing them to fight for a longer time. The second benefit was healing. Once injured, they could recover at a faster speed. They could even activate the instant healing technique. Even if they were on the verge of death or seriously injured, they could be healed in a short breath. However, the instant healing technique consumed a lot of energy. After using it once, they had to wait for more than a month before they could use it again. Otherwise, if they used it continuously, it would cause damage to the node. The third benefit was the increase in combat strength. Once the increase in combat strength was activated, the strength of the cultivators in the node would increase by 50%. Of course, this increase was temporary and could only last for 15 minutes. 15 minutes was not long, but it was not short either. There is also a limit to the use of the increase in combat strength. It could only be used once a day. Therefore, it was also very precious. It was precisely because of the various benefits of the node that the cultivators could fight against the ancient demons in the node. They could guard the node without being breached. Otherwise, the ancient demon clan had many warriors, and they could easily reach the Saint Rudiment realm. It was very terrifying. The battle began. The ancient demons' battle was very fierce and fierce. They attacked without fear of death. The cultivators resisted with all their might, relying on the power emitted by the node. The female sword cultivator was the strongest. She fought against 5 ancient demons by herself. With the help of the node's power, she constantly swung her sword and performed powerful techniques to block the attacks of the 5 four-armed ancient demons. 10 top Saint Rudiment realm experts formed a formation to block the attacks of nearly 100 two-armed ancient demons. The charge of the 2-armed ancient demons was like a terrifying torrent that could destroy everything. As soon as they collided, all kinds of lights flickered. The terrifying impact did not stop. It turned into a torrent that surged in all directions. It poured out as if it was going to destroy everything. The reinforcements had not arrived yet, and there was no reply. They could only rely on themselves to defend the node. Increase. The female sword cultivator did not hesitate to activate the increase in combat strength. As the strongest existence in this node, she had the first authority to activate the node's ability. The 10-meter-long prismatic crystal suddenly trembled. Strands of golden light burst out from it. In an instant, golden threads wrapped around the female sword cultivator's body. They quickly spread and turned into a golden light, as if she was wearing a golden robe. The 10 top Saint Rudiment realm experts were also wrapped in golden light, turning into golden robes. Their battle prowess instantly increased by 50%. For Powerhouse, a 50% increase in combat strength was very impressive and shocking. It was equivalent to using a secret technique. Moreover, this kind of increase would not have any side effects on the cultivator. They would only return to their original strength when the duration was up. That was all. A quarter of an hour. The female sword cultivator knew that she only had a quarter of an hour. So, she had to make full use of this quarter of an hour to kill the 5 four-armed ancient demons. Only by killing all 5 four-armed ancient demons could she save herself from this predicament. Erupting with all her strength, the azure golden flames burning all over her body became more and more intense. A high-pitched cry rang out, and she immediately turned into a phantom. A phantom of a phoenix seemed to be about to soar into the sky. Bloodline activation. At this moment, the female sword cultivator's strength soared to the level of a top true saint. 9 true phoenix phantoms. A low roar reverberated in all directions, shaking the void. As she waved her sword, a sword light broke through the void and turned into 9 azure golden phoenix phantoms. In an instant, the phantoms surrounded the 5 four-armed ancient demons. The 5 four-armed ancient demons roared and unleashed their full strength. The phantoms turned into flames and bombarded the phantoms, causing the 9 phoenix phantoms to tremble. However, they were unable to break through the blockade of the 9 phoenix phantoms for a while. The female sword cultivator looked solemn. Her tyrannical aura surged and gathered as if it was about to be condensed into one. True phoenix star incineration. With a slash of her sword, flames burned incessantly and directly hit the 5 four-armed ancient demons. As the terrifying sword light raged, it immediately split open the extremely tyrannical body and astonishing scales of the four-armed ancient demons. The bodies of the ancient demons were extremely tyrannical. They were even stronger than body cultivators of the same level. Their defensive power was extremely shocking. It was difficult to break through and even more difficult to kill. However, the female sword cultivator's all-out attack had broken through the bodies of the four-armed ancient demons. It had broken through their defenses and truly injured their bodies. The terrifying sword chi invaded the bodies of the four-armed ancient demons with terrifying flames that could burn stars. It continuously invaded the bodies of the four-armed ancient demons and burned wantonly. The 5-headed, four-armed ancient demons crazily erupted with all their strength, wanting to disperse the terrifying power that had invaded their bodies. The second strike. Slash. The third strike. Slash. The fourth strike. Slash. The fifth strike. Slash. She unleashed 5 strikes in a row, unleashing all the strength in her body. Under the full strength of the female sword cultivator, the 5-headed, four-armed ancient demons' bodies were penetrated and burned like torches. They struggled and wailed in the flames. The 6th strike. This was the final burst. The sword pierced through the air and charged towards nearly 100 two-armed ancient demons. There was a huge difference in strength between the 2-armed ancient demons and the 4-armed ancient demons. It was difficult for them to resist this strike. Half of them were killed, and the remaining half were also affected. Their bodies burned with flames. The phoenix phantom dissipated. The female sword cultivator's face was pale. She had exhausted all her strength. Although she could quickly recover in the node, it would still take some time. Fortunately, she had finally killed this group of ancient demons. However, in the next moment, an even more terrifying aura erupted. It was even colder and more intense than before. It was a 6-armed ancient demon. It was approaching at an astonishing speed, charging towards the node. Despair. In an instant, everyone, including the female sword cultivator, looked desperate because the 6-armed ancient demon was far stronger than the 4-armed ancient demon. The female sword cultivator had just unleashed all her strength and almost lost her combat power in a short period of time. Chapter 3171. Shenzong arrived at the front line of the demon-slaying general's territory as fast as he could. It was also the main battle fort of the demon-slaying general's territory. There was only one main battle fort. It ruled all the battle forts in the demon-slaying territory. It was huge and very lively. Many cultivators were stationed here all year round. Many cultivators came from afar to do business, and so on. Some came to register temporarily to guard the demon-slaying front line to earn merits in exchange for cultivation resources. Shenzong's purpose was to find Yunyinxin. This was because the information from the Tianji sect showed that Yunyinxin was still guarding the demon-slaying front line. However, The demon-slaying front line was very vast. There were 99 battle forts. Each fort was 1,000,000 miles apart. There were 99 nodes between each fort. Each node was 10,000 miles apart. There were a lot. Where should he start? He could only start from the main battle fort. Chunzong joined the main battle fort and became a member of the demon-slaying army. With the powerful strength of a peak true saint, he became a member of the demon-slaying camp, one of the few most elite units in the demon-slaying army. The demon-slaying camp was the elite of the elite. They were all true saints and not ordinary true saints. The main purpose of the demon-slaying camp was to reinforce the nodes and battle forts in time. Other than the commander of the demon-slaying camp, the other members of the demon-slaying camp had no rank. To become a member of the demon-slaying camp, not only did one need to have the strength of a true saint, but one also needed to swear to the heavenly Tao that one would not go against the righteousness of the demon-slaying army, would not collude with the ancient demon clan, would not betray anything about the demon-slaying army, and would do one's best while guarding the demon-slaying front line. Therefore, no matter what kind of personality each member of the demon-slaying camp had, at least on the demon-slaying front line, they could be trusted. Because of this, Chunzong could get the information of the demon-slaying army soldiers as quickly as possible and find the node where a person named Yunyinshin was guarding. Chunzong didn't see if that was the Yunyinshin he was looking for, so he wasn't sure. However, he had a feeling in his heart. She was. Afterward, he left the main battle fort and teleported to battle fort number 19 through the dimension teleportation circle. Afterward, he flew towards node number 39 on his sword. After Chunzong's cultivation broke through to the great accomplishment of the undying body of the universe, his flying speed increased again after a period of stabilization. At his limit, he could fly 300,000 meters in one breath, which was 600 miles in one breath. Battle Fort number 19 was 390,000 miles away from node number 39. With Chunzong's full speed, it would take him less than 15 minutes to get there. Just as Chunzong was rushing at full speed, the battle at node 39 broke out. In the end, the female sword cultivator unleashed all her strength and exhausted all her strength to kill all the 5 4-armed ancient demons. She also injured more than half of the 2-armed ancient demons. But at that moment, a 6-armed ancient phase attack seemed to have been premeditated. Not only was the 6-armed ancient demon much more powerful than the 4-armed ancient demon, but it was also more ferocious. It seized the opportunity when the female sword cultivator had exhausted her strength to attack. It wanted to kill all the cultivators guarding here in one fell swoop, break the node, and enter the demon-slaying territory to destroy more nodes. In this way, the army of the ancient demon clan would be able to break through the demon-slaying territory. Crisis. Great crisis. Life and death crisis. Sir Qing Huang, let's go. The 10 top Saint Rudiment stage cultivators immediately roared. None of them could compete with the 6-armed ancient demon. Death was the only way out for them, so they might as well escape immediately. Sir Qing Huang was at the true saint stage and was very fast. It was more likely that he would escape. On the other hand, they were only at the Saint Rudiment stage, so they had no chance of escaping in front of the 6-armed ancient demon. This was because no matter what, the node would be destroyed by the 6-armed ancient demon. Since that was the case, why not keep one more true saint stage cultivator? Only then would they be able to better resist the invasion of the ancient demon clan. The 6-armed ancient demon's face was cold and ferocious, and his killing intent was extremely violent. In an instant, his 6 arms continuously blasted out terrifying dark green rays of light that bombarded everything like falling meteors. The power of each attack was extremely terrifying, and all of them had reached the level of a top true saint. I can't dodge it. I can't block it. I'll die. A look of determination flashed across the female sword cultivator's face, but there was a hint of regret in her eyes. This time, she had to unleash all of her strength. She had to burn her bloodline in exchange for an instant more powerful strength. This sword attack was enough to kill the 6-armed ancient demon. However, if it killed her, she would die as well. A life for a life. Just as the female sword cultivator was about to completely ignite her bloodline, a clear voice rang out. Boundless, formless slaughter. As the clear voice sounded, an invisible sword light instantly pierced through the air at an extremely shocking speed. In an instant, it hit the dark green fist light that was blasted out by the six-armed ancient demon and instantly penetrated it. Following that, the second sword light arrived. This sword light was extremely bright and dazzling, as if it had stolen all the brilliance in the world. It was breathtaking and carried an unparalleled sharpness that pierced through everything. Unable to dodge or block, the six-armed ancient monster's head was instantly struck and penetrated, coming out from the back of its head. Divine firmament. It was a familiar voice and a familiar sword light. Even after a universe epoch, she had not forgotten it. It had long been imprinted in her heart and soul. Tears immediately fell from the corners of her eyes. It was not sadness, but joy. The change was too fast. A voice sounded, and a sword light that had stolen thousands of brilliance flashed, and the powerful six-armed ancient demon was killed. Following that, sword lights swept across the sky, and the two-armed ancient demon that was still alive also followed in the footsteps of the six-armed ancient demon. The ancient demon's corpse floated around, and a sword light flew across the sky. It was extremely fast and directly rushed into the node, approaching the female sword cultivator. Immediately, the sword light separated, and the sword directly pierced into the six-armed ancient demon's body to devour its source. Meanwhile, the person flew towards the female sword cultivator with a smile on his face. Nianxin, I finally found you. Shenzong's heart was filled with excitement. MMM. The female sword cultivator was Nianxin. She was so excited that she could not speak at all, and only tears of joy flowed down her face. Shenzong quickly rushed over and opened his arms. Nianxin also opened her arms and hugged each other tightly. This hug was separated by a universe epoch. It was the first hug between the destruction of the previous universe and the birth of this universe epoch. The 10 top Saint Realm experts were all dumbfounded, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They had some understanding of Lady Qing Huang and knew that she was usually a cold person, even though she had the Phoenix Flame. No matter who it was, Lady Qing Huang's attitude was the same. Even the godson candidate of the dazzling Flame Divine Palace had not moved her after hundreds of years, but now she was hugging a man they had never seen before. Unbelievable. It was really unbelievable. It was like an illusion. However, this scene was so real that it appeared directly in front of everyone's eyes. On the other side, the Will Heavenly Sword was constantly devouring the source of the ancient demon, completely devouring the source of hundreds of ancient demons. The source of nearly 100 two-armed ancient demons brought slight recovery to the Will Heavenly Sword. The source of the five-headed two-armed ancient demon was even stronger, allowing the Will Heavenly Sword to recover more. As for the six-armed ancient demon, its source was even stronger, allowing the Will Heavenly Sword to benefit even more. The sword hummed continuously, melodious and unparalleled. It flew directly towards Chunzong as if it was very happy. It took the initiative to stuff itself into Chunzong's hand, and, at the same time, it interrupted the two's intimate moment. Chunzong immediately felt a pure power emanating from the Heavenly Will Sword and entering his body. It pushed the indestructible body of the universe one step further. It became more complete and refined, approaching the level of perfection. This was not the power of the ancient demon source, but the power of the Will Heavenly Sword itself after it recovered. It should be known that the Will Heavenly Sword was born from a macro world, and it carried the great power of that macro world itself. How shocking was it? It was far from what a true saint could compare to. When the Will Heavenly Sword was repaired, the power it contained would gradually recover as if it had awakened. Originally, this could not be fed back to Chunzong. However, when Chunzong had walked his own path and used the Will Heavenly Sword as the core to construct an inner universe, they had become one. Now that he had broken through to the true Saint Realm, The inner universe had completely merged with his body. There was no difference anymore, and he had achieved the cosmic immortal body. In this way, when the whole heavenly sword's power recovered, part of it would be fed back to Chunzong, helping Chunzong to improve his cultivation and become even stronger. Chunzong could also improve his cultivation and strength through his own cultivation. This meant that he had two ways to improve himself. However, the gap between the grand completion and perfection was still very big. It was not so easy to reach, but overall, Chunzong could feel that his strength had indeed improved a little, and he had become more powerful. After that, no ancient demon attacked again. Chunzong and Yun Yinxin naturally talked about their experiences in detail. As for the 10 top Saint Realm experts, they tactfully stayed on the other side and did not disturb them. However, they had many questions in their hearts. A fiery light flew over, and the flames filled the sky. It seemed to burn everything in the void as it entered the node. "Who are you?" An extremely furious voice suddenly sounded, but it was also filled with extremely cold, murderous intent. It was as if the magma in an ancient volcano was boiling, and the magma alternated between blazing hot and cold, as if it wanted to destroy and destroy everything. "Qi Yin, he's my Tao companion." Yun Yinxin's expression turned cold, and her voice became cold and stern. Her tone was firm and decisive. Chunzong did not speak. Instead, he stood beside Yun Yinxin and looked at the newcomer. It was a young man with a fiery red gem inlaid between his eyebrows, giving him a somewhat demonic appearance. At this moment, the young man's handsome face was extremely ferocious, and his eyes were burning with terrifying flames. His anger erupted, and an extremely terrifying aura rose from his body. It soared into the sky as if it wanted to destroy everything. "Die!" Qi Yan's anger reached the extreme, and he completely erupted. He directly blasted out a blazing flame. "If I can't have it, no one can. All of you die. Destroy everything." Under his complete eruption, the strength of a top Saint Realm expert was not reserved at all. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 3172. The flames were incomparably scorching, violent, and destructive. They were filled with a destructive aura, as if they wanted to destroy everything in the world, turning everything into ashes and nothingness. Merciless. Qi Yin was enraged. Who was he? The divine son candidate of the Xian Flame Divine Palace. What kind of existence was the Xian Flame Divine Palace? It was the top force of the human race and the Origin clan. It was a powerful force with a demigod expert in charge. Even in the entire chaotic universe, it was considered the top level. In such a powerful place like the Xian Flame Divine Palace, all the disciples were naturally not ordinary cultivators. This was because the Xian Flame Divine Palace would only select those with outstanding talent. Ordinary cultivators weren't qualified to enter. They weren't even qualified to sweep the floor. But Qi Yin was a divine son candidate. There were many disciples in the Xian Flame Divine Palace, and they were divided into different levels, from the outer palace disciples to the inner palace disciples to the core palace disciples. Above them were the divine son candidates, whose status was extremely precious. The status of the divine son candidates in the Xian Flame Divine Palace was not inferior to the elders. If one stood out from many candidates and became the divine son, his status would be above many elders. He would be on an equal footing with the elders who held great power, second only to the master of the divine palace. With such a status, how shocking would it be to spend hundreds of years to pursue a woman? But that woman had been unmoved and unwilling to accept any of his gifts. She had also said that she had a cultivation partner. However, he had never seen this so-called cultivation partner. Qi Yin felt that it was an excuse. He also felt that as long as he continued to work hard and pursue her, sooner or later, she would be moved by him. He did not expect to see such a scene now. Anger, rage, incomparable rage. At this moment, all his compromises turned into anger and murderous intent, pouring out without reservation. The desire to destroy everything erupted. The flames bombarded, shattering everything. This ball of flames was full of destructive power, capable of destroying everything. Yunyinxin's expression suddenly changed. A cold light flashed in Chunzong's eyes. In that case, die. Slash. Overbearing power burst forth as the heavenly will sword was unleashed once again. A true sun rose from Chunzong's body and soared into the sky, exuding an astonishing heat and fury. The temperature was even higher than Qi Yan's flames. As Chunzong's sword rushed out, the true sun filled the sky, crushing everything in its path. Tai Hao. There was no need for multiple bursts of power. Such a sword strike was enough. Tai Hao bombarded. Everywhere he passed, all the violent and destructive flames were shattered. There was no way to resist. Qi Yan was indeed very strong. He was a top true saint, but he was not strong enough to be listed on the chaotic real board. Any peerless expert on the real chaotic ranking had terrifying strength. Chunzong was able to defeat Taoist Snow, which proved that his strength was worthy of being listed on the real chaotic ranking. Now, Chunzong's strength was much stronger than when he defeated Taoist Snow. Even if he fought Taoist Snow here, he could defeat him without using his full strength. With such strength, he naturally did not need to use his full strength to deal with someone who was not even listed on the real chaotic ranking. Of course, Chunzong did not know if Qi Yan was listed on the real chaotic ranking. However, he could sense that Qi Yan did not pose a strong threat to him. The universe is indestructible. The heavenly will sword had returned to the level of a chaotic divine weapon. It had also devoured some ancient demon origin and recovered more power. Thus, the power of the sword had become even more terrifying. All the flames were shattered, but the true sun did not collapse at all. It was not even weakened. It continued to blast toward Qi Yan. Qi Yan's expression changed drastically. He could not believe it, but he did not slow down at all. Flames immediately spread out from his hands and covered them, turning into a set of flaming armor. It was his chaotic divine weapon. When he attacked in anger, he did not use his chaotic divine weapon. Now, facing Tai Hao's sword, he had to use the power of his chaotic divine weapon. Attack! Qi Yan slammed his palm across the sky. Shocking flames surged and turned into a giant flaming palm that grabbed at Tai Hao. Terrifying power erupted and was about to crush Tai Hao. However, Tai Hao's power was so strong that it could not be destroyed. It even broke through the giant flaming palm and blasted toward Qi Yan. One attack. Qi Yan's body was blown away by this one attack. The terrifying power erupted and was unparalleled, wantonly destroying Qi Yan's body. Qi Yan flew out of the range of the node's light. His body was smashed and looked very miserable. With a boom, Qi Yan disintegrated and turned into wisps of flames that burst out and reformed in the distance. All of his injuries were intact. Separated by tens of thousands of meters, Qi Yan did not attack again. He looked at Yunyinxin and then at Chunzong. "What's your name?" Qi Yan's voice was full of passion, as if he was suppressing the anger in his heart. "My name is Chunzong." Chunzong did not evade and answered directly. Without uttering any harsh words, Qi Yan turned around and transformed into a streak of fiery light, bursting out with extreme speed as he fled. Chunzong knew that this person would not give up so easily. "Nianxian, who is this person?" Chunzong asked as he sheathed his sword. In the monster-slaying territory, the human race and the origin race were not allowed to kill each other. Fighting did not count, but killing others was forbidden. Before, Qi Yan wanted to kill the 10 top Saint Realm Masters, which was a violation of the monster-slaying territories law. Of course, with Qi Yan's status, breaking such a law was not a particularly serious matter. He just had to pay a price, such as compensation. However, if he wanted to kill a true Saint Realm Master, the consequences would be much more serious. After all, the status and importance of a true Saint Realm Master was worlds apart from a Saint Realm Master. It was easy to cultivate to the Saint Realm as long as one worked hard. However, it was difficult to cultivate to the true Saint Realm. One needed to comprehend the true meaning of the universe. Not one in 1,000 saints could comprehend the true meaning of the universe. Chunzong did not really kill the other party because he knew the monster-slaying territory's law. However, not killing the other party did not mean he was not vigilant. He is one of the candidate divine sons of the dazzling flame divine palace. Yunyinshin immediately explained the cause and effect, but I did not accept any gift from him and said I had a Tao companion. I refused, but this person, as Yunyinshin explained, she looked a little uneasy. She was afraid that Chunzong would be unhappy. This shows that you are very charming. Nien Exine. Chunzong smiled slightly and took Yunyinshin's hand. Chunzong's smile and words made Yunyinshin feel relieved, but she also had other worries. Dazzling Flame Divine Palace. Qi Yin was obviously not a broad-minded person. Now that Chunzong had shattered his body with a single sword strike, he would definitely remember this grudge. He would definitely remember and take revenge. For a narrow-minded person like Qi Yin, his revenge would be fatal. Chunzong could not ignore it. The Dazzling Flame Divine Palace. Chunzong knew and had heard of it. It was a top force with a demigod in charge, and he was the lord of the Taihao Mountain. The difference between the Taihao Mountain and the Dazzling Flame Divine Palace was too great. It was simply immeasurable. If the Dazzling Flame Divine Palace wanted to destroy the Taihao Mountain, it would be easy. However, would such a powerful force like the Dazzling Flame Divine Palace want to deal with him? Under normal circumstances, it should not be so. However, Qian might ask some of the cultivators in the Dazzling Flame Divine Palace to deal with him. After all, he was a candidate divine son and had a high status in the Dazzling Flame Divine Palace. As the thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong's eyes flashed with extreme sharpness. So what if it was the Dazzling Flame Divine Palace? As long as it was not a demigod, he had nothing to fear. If a true saint came to attack, he would use the sword in his hand to repel or even kill them. This was the nature of a sword cultivator. As if sensing Chunzong's conviction, the heavenly sword suddenly trembled slightly. The sword cry seemed to be telling Chunzong to fight side by side, no matter how powerful the enemy was. Next, Chunzong followed Yunyinshin to guard this node because Yunyinshin's guard period was not over yet. He still had 10 years to go. 10 years was actually not a very long time. The 10 top Saint Realm cultivators secretly rejoiced because the strength Chunzong had shown was very tyrannical. He was much stronger than Sir Qinghuang. With such a master helping to guard this node, even if another ancient monster came, they would be able to withstand it. They would be very safe. Safety meant survival. When the guard period was over, they would be able to return to the battle fortress. At that time, they would be able to earn a lot of merit points and exchange them for resources to improve themselves further. Guarding a node was very important, and there were often life-threatening situations. Therefore, guarding a node was worth a lot of merit points. If an ancient monster attacked during the guard period, they would be able to resist and repel or kill the invading ancient monster. All of this could not be faked because the node would record everything and send it back to the battle fortress for the final calculation. Time passed slowly. Chunzong and Yunyinshin got along, chatting, exchanging sword techniques, and so on. Yunyinshin's sword techniques improved rapidly. 3 years passed. Qi Yin did not appear, nor did anyone from the Dazzling Flame Divine Palace come. However, the ancient monsters launched another attack. This time, the attack was even fiercer. 3 6-armed ancient monsters, 10 4-armed ancient monsters, and hundreds of 2-armed ancient monsters attacked. Originally, this was a hopeless battle. The node would be easily destroyed. However, Chunzong was here to help guard it. Chunzong's strength was extremely tyrannical. With only 3 slashes, he killed all of the 3 6-armed ancient monsters. Then he slashed out 10 more times and killed all of the 4-armed ancient monsters. Hundreds of 2-armed ancient monsters did not manage to escape. They were all annihilated. Everyone was shocked by such strength. The Heavenly Will Sword did not absorb the origin of the hundreds of 2-armed ancient monsters anymore. Now that the Heavenly Will Sword was a chaotic saint tool, its power was much stronger. The origin of 2-armed ancient monsters had little effect on the Heavenly Will Sword. At least, the origin of 4-armed ancient monsters would have an obvious effect. Of course, the origin of six-armed ancient monsters would be better. After devouring the origin of the 10-headed four-armed ancient demon and the three-headed six-armed ancient demon, the power of the heavenly will sword was further restored. Qinzong also received feedback. The undying body of the universe was once again pushed one step closer to the complete realm. As a result, his strength became stronger. Chapter 3173. The demon-slaying weave had existed for many years. The main battle fort and the 99 battle forts had been built for many years. There were a total of 9,801 nodes that covered the front of the demon-slaying weave. Any ancient demon that wanted to invade the demon-slaying weave would have to break through the front line first. Time passed slowly. Qinzong and Yun Yanxin's swordsmanship improved steadily. Yun Yanxin was now in the true saint realm. Because of the star-burning true phoenix's amazing bloodline, she was close to the peak of the true saint realm. However, her swordsmanship realm had not reached the ascension realm. If she reached the ascension realm, Yun Yanxin's strength would increase again and reach the peak of the true saint realm. She would be even stronger than Qi Yan. However, it was not so easy to reach the ascension realm. Yun Yanxin had not broken through for thousands of years. However, she had reached her limit and was only a hair's breadth away. Now, after exchanging swordsmanship with Qinzong, she had a feeling that she was about to make a breakthrough in her swordsmanship. If she succeeded, her strength would increase significantly. However, this kind of breakthrough was about the right conditions. It cannot be forced. She could only slowly comprehend it. When the opportunity appeared, she would be able to break through successfully. Other than exchanging pointers with Yun Yanxin, Qinzong would sometimes leave the nodes and go forward to hunt ancient demons. After killing the ancient Yao, the heavenly will sword would be able to devour its origin, allowing it to recover further and become even stronger. Qinzong would also receive feedback from it, allowing his invincible body of the universe to become even more refined. Chaos divine weapons were also divided into different levels. However, there were not that many levels. They were only divided into ordinary chaos divine weapons, peak chaos divine weapons, and demigod weapons. Most of the true Saint Realm experts possessed normal chaos sacred weapons. Only a few of them possessed top chaos sacred weapons. As for demigod weapons, there were very few of them. Usually, only demigods possessed them. It was rare for true Saint Realm experts to possess demigod weapons. The Heavenly Will Sword was still an ordinary Chaos Divine weapon. It was very difficult to upgrade it to a peak Chaos Divine weapon. It needed to absorb more Ancient Demon Origin or Ancient Demon Origin. Just like the previous few times, Qinzong moved again, leaving the node and going deep into the void. With Qinzong's current strength, he could deal with many dangers. There was no such thing as absolute safety. Even a demigod might encounter some irresistible danger and perish in a vast chaotic universe. Qinzong's flying speed was extremely fast. His maximum speed had already reached the level of more than 300,000 meters per breath. He flew deep into the void. About half an hour later, Qinzong saw the distant outline of the ancient demon realm. It was as if a dark green arc of light traversed the void of the universe, emitting an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation. It was incomparably ancient and boundless. Qinzong continued forward and stopped after about a quarter of an hour. He could not go any further because he would reach the ancient demon domain in about a quarter of an hour. There were also many ancient Fae patrolling the borders of the ancient Fae domain. His strength was not bad, but it was not enough to kill his way into the ancient demon domain. That would be suicide. One had to know that there were demigod-level ancient demons in the ancient demon domain. Qinzong did not want to face demigod-level experts at the moment. The gap between them was too big. While comprehending the swordsmanship, he waited for the ancient demons to appear. Human clan? There's a human clan cultivator. Kill him. No, I want to catch him. A group of ancient demons patrolled over. When they discovered Qinzong's existence, they immediately let out a sinister laugh and rushed over. Among them, there was one. It was an 8-armed ancient demon. 8-armed ancient demon. Chunzong also noticed the ancient demons. When he saw the 8-armed ancient demon, his eyes suddenly lit up. So far, he had not killed an 8-armed ancient demon. Rumor has it that the 8-armed ancient demon is very powerful and has the strength of the real chaotic list, Chunzong thought. I wonder how much stronger the 8-armed ancient demon's origin is compared to the 6-armed ancient demon. Chunzong was not particularly concerned about how strong the 8-armed ancient demon was. What he cared about was how much power the Heavenly Will Sword could recover after devouring the 8-armed ancient demon's origin. That was the main point. Because the Heavenly Will Sword would be stronger the more it recovered, it would promote the improvement of his strength. Moreover, the more the Heavenly Will Sword recovered, the more power it would give back to him, making the universe immortal body improve and continue to improve his strength. The ancient demons attacked. The 8-armed ancient demon was the leader, followed by 2 6-armed ancient demons and 5 4-armed ancient demons. As for the 2-armed ancient demons, there were more than 1,000 of them. It seemed that they were also attacking the node. Fortunately, I encountered them. Chunzong thought. The Heavenly Will Sword was unsheathed instantly. A sword light bloomed in the universe and slashed across the sky. Streaks of sword light attacked like a storm, incomparably resplendent. It was the Heavenly Will Sword technique. In an instant, 21 sword lights broke through the sky. The power of each sword light was extremely terrifying. Kill, 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 kill. After a face-to-face confrontation, only the 2 6-armed ancient demons and the 8-armed ancient demon were still alive. The 8-armed ancient demon was intact, but the 2 6-armed ancient demons had sword marks crisscrossing on their bodies. The 8-armed ancient demon was furious. It roared crazily and erupted with an unparalleled, terrifying power. It was earth-shattering. A layer of dark green flame burned on its body. It was extremely blazing. Burn! Burn crazily. Extreme burn. In an instant, the 8-armed ancient demon attacked. 8 arms bombarded continuously. The power that erupted was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything and blasted towards Chunzong. Chunzong's expression changed involuntarily. His face was full of solemnity. The 8-armed ancient demon was indeed very powerful. It was not weaker than Taoist snow. Chunzong did not dodge. He held his sword horizontally and struck out. The sword light broke through everything and penetrated everything. It revealed an unparalleled sharpness, as if it was invincible. Divine firmament. This sword pierced and tore through everything. If Chunzong had faced such an 8-armed ancient demon when he had the cosmic indestructible body at the initial level, he would most likely have turned around and fled. But now, not only had the heavenly sword of will returned to the level of a chaotic divine weapon, but he had also reached the profound realm of the cosmic indestructible body. He had improved a lot compared to when he had just broken through. With such strength, he naturally did not need to avoid the 8-armed ancient demon. Under the slash of the sword light, it collided with the 8-armed ancient demon again and again. An extremely terrifying aura burst out, turning into a storm that raged in all directions. The 2 6-armed ancient demons had already retreated far away. The gap between their strength was too great. They could not directly participate in the battle. Once they were affected, they would be injured directly. The body of the 8-armed ancient demon was even more tyrannical. His 8 arms were extremely flexible and ferocious. Every strike of it seemed to be able to shatter the void and shatter everything. This brought great pressure to Chunzong. The 8 arms bombarded continuously, forming a storm of fist strength that could destroy everything. With the heavenly sword of will, Chunzong blocked all the attacks with one sword in his hand. The cosmic indestructible body not only had the ability to be more difficult to kill than other true saints, but it also had terrifying strength. In terms of body strength, it was not much inferior to the 8-armed ancient demon. Kill. Chunzong felt very comfortable fighting and killing to his heart's content. The cosmic indestructible body was hit by the 8-armed ancient demon's fist strength. It was immediately injured and broken, but it quickly recovered. The eight-armed ancient demon's strong body was also slashed by the heavenly sword of will, and its amazing defensive scales were also cut open. The ancient demon clan's body was extremely strong. Its defensive power was amazing, and its vitality was tenacious. Its self-healing ability was also very outstanding. However, it was different from a true Saint Realm cultivator. A true Saint Realm cultivator comprehended the true essence of the universe and used the power of the Great Path to cast an indestructible body. It was a transformation from a body of flesh and blood to a body of energy. However, the ancient demon was still a body of flesh and blood, but it was a very powerful, mutated body of flesh and blood. Its strength was amazing, its defensive power was amazing, and its vitality was amazing. It also had the super self-healing ability and the ability to regenerate flesh and blood. However, the ability to regenerate flesh and blood was not limitless. Once it was activated, it would consume its own strength. Once its strength was exhausted, it could not be regenerated. Good opponent. Chunzong was hit by the 8 arms of the 8-armed ancient demon at the same time. He was instantly sent flying. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he looked excited. The 8-armed ancient demon howled and attacked again. Its comprehensive strength was even stronger than Snow Taoist Priest. If Snow Taoist Priest were to fight with the 8-armed ancient demon, he would definitely be no match for it, because the 8-armed ancient demon's strength and body were extremely strong. It was extremely difficult to kill it. Then, have a taste of my sword. Chunzong's eyes became extremely pitch black. They were so dark that they seemed boundlessly deep, like a bottomless abyss. Strands of extremely terrifying aura of annihilation immediately emanated from his body. It was like strands of black mist were growing and spreading. Destruction. Destruction. Annihilation. It was an extreme sword. In an instant, Chunzong swung his sword. The black aura spread out and surrounded the heavenly will sword. Then, it turned into a torrential attack. Everything in the world returned to ruins. Chunzong had not used this sword for many years because it had nothing to do with the mystery of the sword in the godlike sword realm. However, not long ago, the 5th mystery of the sword was born. It was the mystery of destruction. The sword was a killing weapon, a murderous weapon. The birth of the mystery of destruction corresponded with the sword of everything in the world. When it was used, the power of the sword increased greatly and became even more terrifying. The void disappeared silently under the pitch-black sword light. It was destroyed and annihilated. The 8-armed ancient demon felt an extremely strong sense of crisis. It was the crisis of death. Immediately, it roared. Its originally very strong body also expanded in an instant, looking more majestic. Its 8 arms swelled and multiplied, and the dark green aura around them became denser. Burn! The 8-armed ancient demon seemed to be burning. Its 8 thicker arms gathered together, and endless power continued to gather. In the end, it turned into a dark green blazing sun. It was thrown out like a star, smashing everything. The dark green, true sun collided with the black sword-light torrent in an instant. It trembled slightly, and its power continued to be consumed. It continued to burst out. The two forces were in a stalemate. However, Chunzong's figure flashed and bypassed the collision of forces. He appeared behind the 8-armed ancient demon and stabbed out with his sword. Divine Firmament. This sword was Divine Firmament's power that was 3 times stronger. It was extremely powerful and sharp, piercing through everything. The 8-armed ancient demon could not resist and was immediately stabbed. The devouring power erupted and quickly devoured the 8-armed ancient demon's origin. Chapter 3174. The main battle for the Monster Slayer Weave was very lively because today was the day the real Chaos Roll was announced. Every once in a while, the true Primal Chaos leaderboard would be announced. The interval was usually as short as 10 years and as long as 30 years. However, in most cases, there were no major changes to the real Chaos Roll every time it was announced. It was possible that someone would challenge someone else, defeat someone else, and replace the other person's ranking. Very few people could replace the experts on the real chaos role. Once someone did, it would cause a huge commotion. Cultivators in various weaves were waiting for the real chaos role to be officially announced. Every time the real chaos role was announced, a scroll would be unfurled in the air of every giant chaotic city, universe city, and even small void city. On the scroll would appear the names of the people on the real chaos role, from the lowest to the highest. Finally, the time was up. Waves of extremely profound fluctuations appeared, and it was like a cool breeze had passed by, and it swept through all the cities. It's here. The real chaos role is about to be announced. No matter what they were doing, the cultivators stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. The air fluctuated incessantly as a mysterious aura permeated the air. When the cool breeze passed by, it was as if there were ripples spreading out like ripples on water. Slowly, a huge scroll appeared in the sky, as if it had traveled through endless time and space. It gradually condensed from an illusory image into a solid form. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were slowly unfurling the scroll. The moment the scroll was unfurled, the mysterious aura became even stronger. A blank scroll was completely unfurled and appeared in the sky above every city. The scroll didn't look big, but it also seemed very big. It seemed to cover the entire city. No matter where you were, as long as you were in the city, you could see the scroll clearly. The words "Real Chaos Roll" suddenly appeared at the top of the scroll. Every word emitted an unparalleled light that flickered continuously. Everyone stared at it and held their breaths in silence. Immediately, the first title appeared at the bottom of the scroll. After the title was the name, and after the name was the identity. For example, someone from a certain power or a rogue cultivator. The peerless expert ranked 100th has changed. I remember that he was ranked 99th before. Could he have been defeated and his ranking dropped? Just take a look and you'll know. Then, the 99th title, name, and identity appeared. He was originally ranked 98. He actually fell back a place. Amidst the exclamations, one name after another appeared. The 90th place also appeared. Taoist Snow. It belonged to the Star Palace. Snow Taoist. I remember that he was ranked 89th. He dropped one place. Then, the 89th person appeared. Peerless Sword Saint Shinzong, Lord of Mount Taihao. Peerless Sword Saint Shinzong? Who is he? The Mountain Lord of Taihao Mountain? What kind of power is Taihao Mountain? Many people cried out in surprise, puzzled. Every time the real Primal Chaos ranking was announced, most cultivators would remember the names and identities on it. After all, there were only 100 spots. It was easy to remember them. Now, there was an additional title, Peerless Sword Saint Shinzong, and his name was the Mountain Lord of Mount Taihao. They had never heard of him. This meant that this person was a new peerless expert on the real Primal Chaos ranking. However, they did not know how he got on the real Primal Chaos ranking. But this was easy to solve. They only needed to focus their minds on his title and find out some information about him. So that's how it is. He actually defeated the Snow Taoist and took his place. Everyone was enlightened. That was the rule of the real Chaos ranking. Whoever was defeated would be replaced, and their ranking would drop by one place. Those who were ranked lower would also drop by one place. In that case, the peerless expert who was ranked 100 would drop out of the real Chaos ranking. If one wanted to get on the real Primal Chaos ranking again, they would need to challenge and defeat the peerless experts on the real Primal Chaos ranking. However, every expert on the real Primal Chaos ranking was very powerful. They were not easy to defeat. One title, name, and identity after another appeared. There were basically no other changes. In Primal Chaos Cosmic City, everyone stared at the real Primal Chaos ranking in the sky. When the people of Mount Taihao saw the title and name of Peerless Sword Saint Shinzong, they all exclaimed, "The Mountain Lord of Mount Taihao." This was their sect leader. I didn't know that the Mountain Lord of Mount Taihao was so powerful. He's too powerful. Many cultivators in Primal Chaos Cosmic City exclaimed and were extremely shocked. Originally, they only thought that Mount Taihao was not weak. The Mountain Lord of Mount Taihao was a true saint expert. They did not expect him to be so powerful that he could defeat Taoist Snow and take his place. Being on the real Primal Chaos ranking and not being on the real Primal Chaos ranking were two different things. Perhaps some people who were not on the real Primal Chaos ranking once had the strength of the real Primal Chaos ranking. They were very powerful, but at most, they were at the bottom of the list. Having a peerless expert on the real Primal Chaos ranking in charge meant that the force could continue to be passed down and become stronger. Any peerless expert on the real Primal Chaos ranking had the potential to break through to become a demigod. Although most could not become a demigod, at least they had a higher probability of success than other cultivators. Even if they could not become a demigod, their strength was still very powerful. It should be known that the number of demigods in the entire chaotic universe was very limited. True saints were the main forces of the chaotic universe. The experts on the real Primal Chaos ranking were the best among the true saints. They were peerless experts. Forces with experts on the real Primal Chaos ranking in charge could generally survive for a long time. I want to join Mount Taihao. Me too. Great. My son is very talented in swordsmanship. I'll let him join Mount Taihao right away. In Mount Taihao, the clone left behind by Chunzong also issued an order to open the gate again and carry out a strict selection to recruit disciples with true talent. In addition to talent, the test of temperament was also very strict. Otherwise, some people with outstanding talent but poor temperament might betray Mount Taihao after being nurtured, causing Mount Taihao to suffer losses. It was better not to have such people. The real Primal Chaos ranking also appeared in the main battle fort of the Monster Slayer territory. Could it be him? Qian stared at the name and title of the 89th person on the real Primal Chaos ranking and narrowed his eyes. His expression changed. Qian immediately used his identity to investigate and found the corresponding information from the Monster Slayer Army's Monster Slayer camp. The peerless sword Saint Chunzong came from Yuanzhan University and was the leader of Mount Taihao. It really is him. Qian's expression changed drastically. Traces of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes, overflowing with murderous intent. That person's strength was indeed very strong. Even Yin was no match for him. With his strength as a peak true saint, it meant that the swordsman's strength was extremely tyrannical, far surpassing Yin. It was normal for him to be listed on the real Primal Chaos ranking. Because of this, Qian had not taken revenge. Although there were restrictions in the Monster Slayer territory, the most important thing was the difference in strength. Wait, soon, the people I invited will arrive here. When that time comes, it will be time for you to pay the price. Damn swordsman. Qian's anger grew stronger, and his murderous intent burned even hotter. If I, Qian, can't have it, I won't allow anyone else to have it. Destroy, destroy, destroy. Burn to ashes. Burn to nothing. Chunzong was meditating at node 39 of the battle fort number 19. Yun Yinxin's guarding time was not over yet. There was still about a year left. This year was actually not that long. It would be over soon. Chunzong was meditating, slowly comprehending swordsmanship. The other cultivators were also meditating, try to improve themselves. They might have a chance to see the true meaning of the universe's great path and then comprehend it. From then on, they would stand out from the ranks of the masters and become a true saint. Although that possibility was very low, Yun Yinxin was also meditating. She cultivated bloodline power and swordsmanship. The bloodline power of the star-burning true phoenix continued to deepen and become purer. It was getting closer to the level of a true, star-burning, true phoenix. In this way, Yun Yinxin's cultivation would continue to improve and her strength would increase. The cultivation of swordsmanship was to better release one's strength. It was also to increase one's strength. My cultivation has now reached the pinnacle of the cosmic indestructible body. It's only a step away from perfection, Chunzong thought to himself as he meditated on the swordsmanship. Compared to when he first came to the Monster Slayer territory, his cultivation had increased by several times. His strength had also increased by at least 2 times. In addition to the Heavenly Will Sword's continuous recovery and the improvement of his swordsmanship, his strength had increased by at least 2 times. With such strength, he could defeat the Snow Taoist without using his full strength. If he used his full strength, he could even kill the Snow Taoist. Although he was only a step away from perfection, it was not so easy to break through because it meant that the cosmic indestructible body would reach a perfect state. His cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds, and his strength would also improve by leaps and bounds. He would directly reach a higher level. The greater the gap, the harder it was to break through. Over the 9 years, Chunzong had killed many ancient monsters here. There were thousands of 2-armed ancient monsters, hundreds of 4-armed ancient monsters, dozens of 6-armed ancient monsters, and 2 8-armed ancient monsters. In the end, the origin of the 4-armed ancient monster became insignificant for the Heavenly Will Sword's recovery. Chunzong no longer let the Heavenly Will Sword absorb the origin. Instead, he kept the origins of the 2-armed ancient monsters. Sell. These origins could be sold. One had to know that the quintessence of the 2-armed ancient demon that he'd purchased from the treasure tower was worth 5,000 chaotic divine crystals. It was extremely shocking. Now, he had a few thousand quintessence of the 2-armed ancient demon and over 100 quintessence of the 4-armed ancient demon. He wondered how much they were worth. It would be a huge sum of money. However, relatively speaking, Chunzong hoped that his cultivation would break through and his cosmic indestructible body would reach perfection. That would mean that his strength would increase by a lot. Suddenly, a mysterious fluctuation silently descended in his mind. A picture scroll that had shrunk countless times appeared and unfolded. The Real Chaotic List. Chapter 3175. On this day, Yunyinshin's guarding time came to an end. A group of powerful light streaked across the void and quickly approached the node's power. 12 people, Sword Saint Qing Huang, and everyone else, thank you for your hard work. We will guard this node from now on, the leading true Saint Realm Master immediately said with a smile. Thank you, Yunyinshin responded immediately. Of the 12 people who came, 2 were true saints and 10 top Saint Realm Masters. Under normal circumstances, such a lineup would be enough to guard this node. What's more, in the past 10 years, Chunzong had gone on a killing spree, causing the ancient monster clan to suffer a lot of losses. Logically speaking, this node should be able to withstand fewer attacks in the future, so it should be relatively safe. However, there was also a possibility of an accident. That was, if the ancient monster clan got angry and directly sent out stronger ancient monsters to attack. This node would be difficult to defend, and all 12 of them might die. As for what would happen, it was impossible to say. When the guarding time came to an end, Chunzong, Yunyinshin, and the 10 top Saint Realm Masters left the node and went to Battle Fort number 19. This time, they had to report to their superiors first and then calculate their merit points. The 10 top Saint Realm Masters were all very excited, their hearts filled with excitement. This time, not only was the node unscathed, but it also withstood several attacks from the ancient demons. This way, they would be able to obtain more merits during the settlement. More merits meant that they could exchange for more cultivation resources. They had a chance of comprehending the mysteries of the universe's true essence and breaking through to become a true saint powerhouse. This was worthy of celebration. In the past, when guarding nodes, we would more or less suffer some losses in the face of ancient monster attacks. We might even be completely wiped out. This time, we are lucky to be able to guard together with Sir Qing Huang and Sir Peerless Sword Saint. Sir Peerless Sword Saint is too strong. He is actually a peerless master on the chaotic real ranking. The 10 top Saint Realm Masters discussed secretly, all of them feeling very lucky. With Chunzong assisting in the defense, they did not suffer any losses. They even killed many ancient demons and obtained more merits. Moreover, during the defense, they would sometimes try to ask Chunzong for advice. Chunzong was not stingy with his guidance. Although Chunzong's way of cultivation was different from theirs, they still benefited a lot from his pointers. In the space-time temple of the main battle fortress, the space-time teleportation array was in operation. Strands of light intertwined and shuttled back and forth. Colorful lights revolved around it endlessly, looking incomparably mysterious. Soon after, a figure appeared within it. As soon as the figure appeared, the multicolored light around him was repelled. Only the black light remained. The black light flickered like flames and seemed to contain an extremely terrifying might, as if it could burn everything to ashes. In an instant, the black flames receded, and the figure of an old man appeared. The old man wore a dark red robe, and there were black flames revolving around his body. The old man's hair was dark red, and so were his eyebrows and eyes. Black Flame, saint of the dazzling flame, divine palace. What was he doing here? In the space-time temple, someone recognized the old man and was shocked. Qi Yin, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately went up to greet him. Black Flame Elder, you're finally here, Qi Yin said, seemingly relieved. Qi Yin, why did you invite me here? What's the matter? The old man's dark red eyes turned and stared at Qi Yin's face. Qi Yin was a candidate godson of the dazzling flame divine palace, but this Black Flame Elder was one of the elders with real power. He had great power and amazing strength, so his status and position were higher than the candidate godson. Only the candidate godson had the qualifications to make him pay attention and even look up to him. However, every candidate godson had the potential to become a godson, so he had to show some attitude when facing the candidate godsons. Black Flame Elder, I have something I need your help with, Qi Yin said. Their conversation could not be heard by others. 100 years ago, I found the inheritor of the star-burning true phoenix's bloodline, Qi Yin began to explain. If I could devour the star-burning true phoenix's bloodline power and obtain the star-burning true flame of the star-burning true phoenix, my life, godly fire, will transform again. At that time, I will have a chance to reach a higher realm. Qi Yin's eyes flashed with a crazy light, and he was extremely excited. The Black Flame Elder listened quietly and finally revealed a face full of surprise. Every candidate godson was extraordinary. Otherwise, how could they become a candidate godson? What the dazzling flame divine palace cultivated was the life godly fire. The life godly fire would continuously increase with the cultivator's cultivation, and it also had an ability, which was devouring. Using one's life godly fire to devour other treasures or flames, it could directly increase the level of one's life godly fire or obtain a higher potential. No matter which one it was, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. However, the life godly fire could not devour everything. It could only devour things that could be sensed by the life godly fire. Only after devouring things could it bring benefits. Otherwise, if it devoured carelessly, not only would it not gain any benefits, it might even become a disadvantage. The main reason Qi Yin had been pursuing Yunyanxin was not because he liked her, but because he wanted to devour her star-burning true flame. It was a power that could cause his life godly fire to fluctuate. Devouring it would bring him benefits. At first, Qi Yin did not devour it because he hoped that Yunyanxin's star-burning true flame would become stronger. The stronger it was, the more significant the improvement his life godly fire would receive after devouring it. Because of this, Qi Yin sought out the void heavenly phoenix flower for Yunyanxin. His purpose was naturally to strengthen Yunyanxin's star-burning true flame so that it would be easier for him to devour it later. Of course, Qi Yin also had the idea of getting the beauty. He wanted both the star-burning true flame and the beauty. He wanted both. However, when he saw Qinzong appear, he was furious. In Qi Yin's opinion, Yunyanxin belonged to him. Now that someone had appeared to fight for it, he would never allow it. At that time, he wanted to kill Qinzong and Yunyanxin to take away the star-burning true flame. Even if the star-burning true flame was not strong enough, he would still devour it. However, who knew that Qinzong was so powerful that he was no match for him? Qi Yin originally planned to ask others to help, but when he saw the announcement of the real chaos ranking and learned that Qinzong was a peerless expert on the real chaos ranking, Qi Yin changed his mind and invited Elder He Yin to come personally. Peerless Sword Saint Qinzong, the Mountain Lord of Taihao Mountain, a peerless expert ranked 89th on the real chaos ranking. After listening to Qi Yin's explanation, Elder He Yin's eyes flickered. Indeed, such a peerless expert is not someone you can deal with. Qi Yin was a candidate deity. Being able to become a candidate deity meant that Qi Yin's strength was not weak, but more importantly, his potential was outstanding. It was not impossible for him to be ranked on the real chaos ranking in the future. The current Qi Yin was indeed stronger than an ordinary true Sage Realm expert. However, he was not strong enough to deal with the truly powerful true Sage Realm experts. I can kill Qinzong for you, but what can you do in return? Elder He Yin was extremely calm. Qi Yin was a peerless expert on the real chaos ranking. It was not easy to kill him, even if he was ranked higher than 89th on the real chaos ranking. It was not worthwhile to kill a peerless expert on the real chaos ranking for no reason. Elder He Yin, if I can devour the star-burning true flame, I will definitely be ranked on the real chaos ranking and have a greater chance of winning the position of the deity, Qi Yin said with certainty. If I can win the position of the deity and inherit the position of the palace master, I can swear that Elder He Yin's position will be second only to the palace master in the Xian Flame Divine Palace. Really? Elder He Yin's eyes flashed as he asked seriously. Of course, Qi Yin said solemnly. Fine, make the vow then, Elder Black Flame said. As for whether Qi Yin could really become the deity and inherit the position of the palace master, it was still an unknown factor. Every candidate deity could become the deity. Nothing was 100% certain. However, if Qi Yin's strength could continue to increase and enter the real chaos ranking, it would be of great help to him in competing for the position of the deity. Qi Yin immediately swore on the true essence of the great way of the universe. If Qi Yin violated the oath, he would be devoured by the great way of the universe and die. Where's Chunzong now? Elder He Yin asked immediately. He should be in fort number 19, Qi Yin replied. He had been paying attention to Yun Yinxin's movements. In that case, let's go to fort number 19, Elder He Yin said. Elder Black Flame said. The two of them paid the required amount of chaotic divine gems, and the teleportation portal was activated again. This time, they were teleported to battle fort number 19. Chunzong and Yun Yinxin sold the two-armed ancient demon origins and four-armed ancient demon origins. However, Chunzong was not satisfied with the price. 2,000. A two-armed ancient demon origin was only sold for 2,000 chaotic divine gems. When he bought it at the treasure tower in Yuanzhan University, he spent 5,000 chaotic divine gems. The difference was 3,000 chaotic divine gems. The difference of 3,000 chaotic divine gems was shocking. However, with Chunzong's understanding, he understood that it was relatively easy to obtain ancient Fey origins in the demon-slaying dominion. After all, battles with ancient Fey often broke out here, so the price of ancient Fey origins would not be too high. The reason why the price was so high in other places was because of the transportation. They bought it from here and sent it to other places to sell. The price was increased by 3,000 chaotic divine gems, which was a little too much. The price of the four-armed ancient demon origins was even higher. One piece was 10,000 chaotic divine gems. Chunzong had asked about the price and found that one piece was 30,000 chaotic divine gems. Black. It was as black as the abyss. However, Chunzong did not care about this. He sold it. After selling thousands of two-armed ancient demon origins and hundreds of four-armed ancient demon origins, Chunzong received more than 3 million chaotic divine gems. It was an unprecedented amount of money. Immediately after, Chunzong felt a sense of danger coming from the unseen world and enveloped his entire body. Chapter 31:76. Danger. A strong sense of danger came pressing down on him, as if it was coming from everywhere in the air, constantly permeating and oppressing him, as if it was everywhere. Chunzong's expression was solemn. It must be extraordinary to be able to make him feel such a sense of danger. A demigod? No, if it was a demigod, the sense of danger would suffocate him. But now, he only felt a strong sense of danger, but he didn't feel suffocated at all. It was enough to show that although this sense of danger was threatening, it wasn't enough to defeat him. It was completely within his range of defense. So, where did the danger come from? This was a battle fortress. It was impossible for the ancient demon clan to sneak in. After all, the ancient demon clan's appearance was too different from the human clan and the origin clan. One could see the difference at a glance. Their life aura was also completely different. In other words, the source of the danger wasn't the ancient demon clan, but the human clan or the origin clan. So who was it? While thinking, Chunzong immediately thought of Qi Yin from the Dazzling Flame Divine Palace. He was a candidate for the chosen from the Dazzling Flame Divine Palace. According to Nianxin's description, he was a narrow-minded person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He was defeated and forced to retreat in a hurry, so he must have held a grudge in his heart. However, he didn't take revenge for those few years, so Chunzong didn't keep thinking about it. Now that he felt a sense of danger, it was most likely related to Qi Yin from the Dazzling Flame Divine Palace. Sure enough, not long after Chunzong's deduction, Qi Yin came. He brought a fierce old man surrounded by black flames in front of him. His face was cold. Chunzong immediately narrowed his eyes. His gaze swept past and fell on the old man. The source of the sense of danger was this person. What's the matter? Just say it. Chunzong spoke first. Qi Yin and the Black Flame Saint were slightly startled because Chunzong's attitude was somewhat unexpected. Leave Nianxin now. Go as far as you can. I can forget about the sword from a few years ago. Qi Yin smiled coldly and stared at Chunzong. Nianxin, who was standing beside Chunzong, was infuriated by this scene. It was true that Qi Yin's original goal was to devour Nianxin's burning star True Flame to improve his own life Divine Flame. However, after many years of pursuing it, he was truly moved, and the idea of obtaining both the woman and the treasure had sprouted in his mind. The star-burning True Flame was going to devour her, and he was going to take her away and make her his woman. Since that was the case, he wouldn't allow any other man to get close to her. Scram as far as you can. Chunzong's eyes flashed like a heavenly sword. Suddenly, Qi Yin's expression changed. It was as if a dazzling sword light was piercing through the air. Qi Yin couldn't help but take a small step back. Only then did he react, and his embarrassment turned into anger. Young man, you sure talk big. Black Flame Saint took a step forward and slightly blocked Chunzong's sword glare. He dispersed the pressure that Qi Yin was under. His voice was indifferent, and his eyes were cold. It was as if he was looking down on Qi Yin. Peerless Sword Saint, 89th on the Primal Chaos Real Leaderboard. For your age, you are indeed not bad. However, you must understand the principle of being humble. Young man, Chunzong suddenly laughed. His laughter was somewhat sarcastic. If they were to talk about age, Qi Yin wasn't necessarily older than him. After all, he had lived for the previous universe era until now. However, Qi Yin was most likely born in this universe era. At most, he was around 1,000 years old. Qi Yin was also from the previous universe. Had he lived from the previous universe era until now? That was possible, but it wasn't very likely, unless Qi Yin was originally a core universe cultivator. Otherwise, in the outer and inner universes, the title of Peerless Sword Saint was well known. Almost everyone knew about it. However, Qi Yin didn't know about it. This meant that Qi Yin was most likely born in this universe era. However, that didn't matter. Whether one was young or old was secondary. Strength was the hard standard of everything. Without strength, the longer one lived, the older one would be. With strength, one could suppress others at young age. Taking advantage of one's seniority wouldn't work. Of course, strictly speaking, Chunzong wasn't actually that old. During the 1,000 years he was trapped in the small, chaotic world, there was almost no flow of time. In other words, during those 1,000 years, Chunzong didn't grow much. That was too profound. It was beyond his current level. Chunzong couldn't understand it. However, that was secondary. Who are you? Chunzong asked. Elder Black Flame is the leader of 100 Battles Hall in Xin Flame Divine Palace, Qi Yin said immediately. He is a peerless great being ranked 35th on the Primal Chaos Real Leaderboard. Chunzong was shocked. 35th on the Primal Chaos Real Leaderboard. That meant he was much stronger than Snow Taoist Priest. The Primal Chaos Real leaderboard was very valuable. Without absolute strength, one wouldn't be qualified to be listed. If there was only a difference of 1, 2, or 3 ranks, then the difference in strength wouldn't be too obvious. For example, the 88th ranked cultivator wasn't much stronger than the Snow Taoist. Once they fought, it would take a very long time. It was even possible that the 88th ranked cultivator would be defeated and replaced by the Snow Taoist. However, there was a difference of 54 ranks between 35th place and 89th place. The difference in strength was obvious. However, Chunzong's strength wasn't at the level of 89th place. That was old news. The Primal Chaos Real leaderboard was indeed very authoritative. However, it only guaranteed that the 100 people on the list were peerless great beings. It didn't mean that it could see their true strength clearly. The reason why Chunzong was ranked 89th place on the Primal Chaos Real leaderboard was because of the battle where he defeated Snow Taoist Priest. After that, his battles weren't recorded. Now, Chunzong's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the universe indestructible body. He was only one step away from the complete universe indestructible body. His heavenly sword had also recovered from a half chaos sacred weapon to a chaos sacred weapon. It was close to becoming a top chaos sacred weapon. Things were different now. However, since Black Flame Saint could make him feel threatened, it meant that he was indeed very strong. If you leave, I guarantee that everything will be fine. Black Flame Saint spoke again. His tone was indifferent, but there was a hint of indescribable threat. If I beat you back, there won't be an even more powerful person coming to seek revenge, right? Chunzong smiled and asked in return. Arrogant. The Black Flame Saint's eyes darkened, and he was enraged. The black flames that surrounded his body suddenly trembled and seemed to become more intense. It was as though they were going to burn everything into ashes. The extremely terrifying aura shrouded the surroundings and attacked. This made Chunzong's expression turn grave. He immediately felt that the threat was getting more intense. Chunzong didn't say anything. He just gave him a look and walked out of the battle fortress. Fight? Then let's have a fight. First, it was because of Qi Yan's entanglement. Since Qi Yan knew how powerful he was, he would feel despair and not dare to offend him again. As for killing Qi Yan, to be honest, Chunzong didn't want to go too far. Of course, that was also because Chunzong didn't know Qi Yan's real plan. Otherwise, if he knew that Qi Yan's goal was to devour Yunyinshin's star-burning true flame, he would have thought of ways to kill him. Qi Yan didn't know that he should be glad that Chunzong didn't know his plan. Secondly, the Black Flame Saint was ranked 35th on the Primal Chaos Real board. This was a very high ranking, and his strength was very strong. Chunzong was also eager to fight with such an opponent to verify the level of his strength. In the void outside the battle fortress, Chunzong turned into a beam of sword light and flew out. He was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of thousands of meters away from the battle fortress. This distance was enough. No matter how powerful a true saint was, he couldn't cause damage hundreds of thousands of meters away. The Black Flame Saint chased after him. That black flame continued to burn and turned into a streak of black flame that flew past. Qi Yan didn't get close. Instead, he got close to Yunyinshin. Yunyinshin, I really like you. Qi Yan put on a very sincere expression and said to Yunyinshin, and I'm the most suitable cultivation partner for you. You're not. Yunyinshin responded coldly and pulled away from Qi Yan. When Qi Yan was about to get close again, a powerful sword intent exploded from Yunyinshin. The sword intent seemed to be able to shatter everything. It carried a shocking sharpness and directly attacked Qi Yan. Qi Yan's expression couldn't help but change. Threat. He actually felt threatened from Yunyinshin's sword intent. In just a few years, Yunyinshin's power had increased so much. Indeed, in the past 10 years, thanks to Chunzong's guidance, Yunyinshin's sword technique had improved by leaps and bounds. He was getting closer and closer to the divine sword realm. With the improvement of his bloodline, his power had increased a lot. Yunyinshin's meaning was clear. If Qi Yan got close again, he would pull out his sword. Qi Yan's eyes were gloomy. His eyes were filled with anger. Evil flames kept coming out of his heart. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It kept rising, but he had to suppress it. He couldn't really erupt because even if he did, he wasn't confident that he could take down Union Sheen. Now he just had to wait for Black Flame Saint to defeat the unparalleled Sword Saint. Then he would kidnap Union Sheen. Unparalleled sword intent rushed into the sky. It seemed to shatter the void. Tiny cracks appeared. Black flames burned around Black Flame Saint. They instantly became blazing, as if they were going to burn everything to ashes. Shenzong's eyes suddenly focused. He stared at the black flames on his opponent's body. Those flames were very threatening to him. People from the Xian Flame Divine Palace cultivate their natal godly fire. They start off weak and gradually become stronger. Black Flame Saint's natal godly fire seems to be called the Black Nightmare demonic fire. The relevant information flashed through Chun Zong's mind. The Black Nightmare demonic fire was a very terrifying natal godly fire. One couldn't feel its temperature, but that was because its power was restrained. Once touched, it would be difficult to extinguish. It would burn everything into ashes and nothingness. Terrifying auras continued to explode and spread out. They also spread to the battle fortress, causing a huge commotion. Spiritual wills swept out from the battle fortress. When they sensed the two parties, they were all shocked. They were both experts on the real chaotic ranking. One was the unparalleled sword Saint Shenzong, who was ranked 89th, and the other was the Black Flame Saint, who was ranked 35th. Why were they fighting? Chapter 3177. Within a few 100,000 meters of the void above Battle Fort 19, it was pitch black. Only two figures stood there. One was a sword intent that tore through the sky, while the other was a black fire that burned the heavens and earth. Shocking auras radiated from the two of them, rushing in all directions. It was as if they were going to shatter everything into dust and nothingness. Many people flew out from Battle Fort 19. They watched from afar and felt the shocking auras. They were all shocked. It was rare to see a battle between two top experts on the chaotic real ranking. The black flames on the Black Flame Saint became even more intense. His aura became even more terrifying. It was as if he was going to burn the void. Immediately after, the Black Flame Saint waved his hand, and a terrifying black flame instantly blasted towards Lin Xiao. It was as if it could shatter the sky. It was merciless. The terrifying thing about the Black Nightmare demonic flame was that once it touched it, it was hard to extinguish. Even if one had the Great Way undying body and couldn't be killed instantly, once it touched the Black Nightmare demonic flame, it would continue to burn. It would exhaust the power of the Great Way undying body until it was completely used up. Facing such a powerful attack from the Black Flame Saint, Chunzong's expression didn't change. He unsheathed the will heavenly sword and slashed out a dazzling light that tore through the sky. Everything will be turned into ashes under my Black Nightmare demonic flame. Your power is no exception. The Black Flame Saint sneered. However, the moment the sword light slashed the black flames, it wasn't burned. Instead, it split the black flames apart. It was a slap to the Black Flame Saint's face. The Black Flame Saint's expression changed greatly. How could this be? How could his Black Nightmare demonic flame be split apart? It couldn't burn the sword light. Shenzong didn't speak. The sword light rose again and surged forward like a long river. The sword light continued to attack the Black Flame Saint. The absolute expert ranked 35th on the chaotic real ranking. As for how strong he was, it was obvious from the sword in his hand. Black Tiger. The Black Flame Saint's expression was gloomy as he roared in a very low voice. As the endless Black Nightmare devil flames surged, an extremely violent and majestic roar suddenly rang out and shook the sky. The Black Nightmare devil flames surged and quickly condensed, forming an enormous black tiger that was dozens of meters tall. The black tiger's entire body was burning with Black Nightmare devil flames. There were many bone spikes on its body, and it even had a pair of wings, making it look incomparably malevolent. Black Dragon. A second roar rang out. On the other side, The black nightmare devilish flames surged as an incomparably resounding roar resounded in all directions. That roar was both high and domineering as the black nightmare devilish flames surged and condensed into 100-meter-long dragon. Black dragon. It was also a dragon formed by the black nightmare devil flames. Its body was also covered in bone spikes, and it also had a pair of wings. Its tyrannical and malevolent appearance was incomparably frightening. The dragon and tiger converged, with the black flame great sage standing in the middle, making him look even more overbearing. His aura was extremely shocking. Qian's face was filled with shock and excitement. He clearly knew the black flame, great sage's ability. Chunzong squinted his eyes and instinctively felt threatened. No matter if it was the black tiger or the black dragon, they both brought an indescribable threat to him. That threat was extremely intense. The black dragon, black tiger, and the black flame great sage brought an extremely intense threat to Chunzong. The roar was world-shaking and boundlessly overbearing. Immediately, the black tiger swept up a black wind. That was the wind formed by the black nightmare devil flames. It carried the terrifying power of the black nightmare devil flames and attacked from the left. Fast. Black tiger. Its speed was extremely fast. The wind came from the tiger. The black wind whistled and swept over. The black wind was as sharp as a blade, cutting and burning everything. It was extremely terrifying. Immediately after, the black dragon swam over from the right, bringing along black clouds. It was also formed by the black nightmare devil flames and also carried the terrifying power of the black nightmare devil flames. Cloud Song Dragon. The Wind Tiger and Cloud Dragon attacked together. In the middle, the black flame great sage sent out a palm strike. That palm print was completely black, and the palm print was extremely clear. It was burning with the blazing black nightmare devil flames. In just one exchange, Chunzong was besieged. The threat that the black tiger and black dragon brought wasn't any inferior to the black flame great sage. It was as if there were 3 black flame great sages working together. Even though Chunzong felt heavy pressure, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, there was only excitement that came from the bottom of his heart. His mixed yuan heart force surged endlessly, like a wild wave that overflowed in all directions. That extremely terrifying pure sword aura also continued to erupt, becoming increasingly intense. Facing the 3-way pincer attack from the black tiger, black dragon, and black flame great sage, Chunzong's sword intent was surging. The heavenly will sword swept across the sky, and the sword trembled slightly. It was as if the heavenly will sword was expressing its will to meet all the strong enemies with Chunzong. Burst! Burst! Supreme sword intent was surging. 1 sword turned into 100 swords, 100 swords turned into 1,000 swords, and 1,000 swords turned into 10,000 swords. The power of every sword was extremely terrifying. It was as if Chunzong had 10,000 arms and 10,000 swords in an instant and struck out at the same time. The sword light was like a torrent pouring down and smashing everything. It blasted towards the black tiger, black dragon, and black flame great sage. Chunzong's sword was fighting 1 against 3. The black tiger's black wind was shattered by the sword light. The black dragon's black clouds were also shattered by the sword light. The black flame great sage's black nightmare devil flame palm was also shattered by the sword light. The universe undying body was at the pinnacle of the greater completion stage and was only a hair's breadth away from the complete stage. The heavenly will sword was also constantly recovering its power. It wasn't far from a top-notch chaotic divine weapon. With the combination of the two, Chunzong's power was even more tyrannical. The black tiger and black dragon were repelled, and their palm was shattered. The black flame great sage's expression turned grave. Black Phoenix. The black flame great sage opened his arms abruptly, and his black nightmare devil flame burst out again. It rushed into the sky and burned nonstop. A resounding and sharp cry reverberated through the void. Within the blazing black nightmare devil flame, a huge black phoenix spread its wings. The black phoenix that was born within the black nightmare devil flame had an aura that wasn't inferior to the black flame great sage. It was as if there was another black flame great sage. The black tiger riding the wind, the black dragon moving the clouds, and the black phoenix controlling the fire attack from 3 different directions. The black flame great sage's body moved around, and his arms were covered with a layer of black gold bracers. The bracers were burning with the black nightmare devil flame. The bracers were a chaotic divine weapon, and a top-notch one at that. Its power was extremely shocking and could multiply the power of the black nightmare devil flame that the black flame great sage possessed. Close in. The black flame great sage instantly closed in on Chunzong. His body was hidden between the black phoenix's wings, and it was as though he had merged with the black nightmare devil flame. As he blasted at Chunzong, he executed an overbearing and ferocious fist art. Every fist was condensed with terrifying power that could shatter and burn everything. It was continuously blasted at Chunzong. In an instant, Chunzong was in a disadvantageous position against the 4 experts. Even though he was in a disadvantageous position, Chunzong's expression didn't change. He waved his sword at a speed that wasn't too fast or too slow. He blocked all the attacks from all directions and blocked the Black Flame Saint's terrifying fist art. Close combat was Chunzong's forte. Why would he be afraid? Black ash. Lifeless. The power that burst out from the fist was even more terrifying and boundless. It was as though it could extinguish all life and kill everything. Chunzong's hair stood on end, and he didn't hesitate to swing his sword. The true sun rose, and boundless blazing burst out. It was boundless and violent as it blasted everything. Taihao, hundreds of thousands of meters away, everyone saw the black true sun and the blazing true sun and were shocked. Even though they were hundreds of thousands of meters away, they could still clearly feel the terrifying power that was released from the 2 different colored true suns. It's too terrifying. If it were me, I would have been burned to ashes in an instant. I can't block it. Many true Sage Realm experts were shocked. The experts on the real chaotic leaderboard were so powerful. It was too terrifying. The 2 true suns collided and instantly clashed. Terrifying power burst out in all directions. The Black Tiger, Black Dragon, and Black Phoenix attacked from 3 different directions. Wind, cloud, and fire intertwined. No matter how many skills you have, I will only break them with 1 sword. Chunzong roared, and the power of Taihao's first sword increased tremendously. It instantly pressed forward. The second sword, Eternal Star. A huge, ancient star seemed to have been drawn out from nothingness. It traversed the ancient space-time and descended. It pressed down and forced the Black Flame Saint to retreat. The Black Flame Lord's face changed, and there were a few cracks on his Black Flame Immortal body. If he had a body of flesh and blood, it would have been serious. However, he had an immortal body, and these injuries wouldn't be fatal. He could recover easily. Even if he was destroyed, as long as the immortal body's power wasn't exhausted, he could recover quickly. The Black Flame Saint's strongest point was his life divine flame, the Black Nightmare Devil Flame. However, the toughness of his physique was only average. Chunzong's Eternal Star Sword was extremely domineering, and its power was unparalleled. After being struck, the Black Flame Saint naturally couldn't withstand it. Under the Eternal Star, the Black Tiger, Black Dragon, and Black Phoenix were forced to retreat. Chunzong's body moved, and his speed was extremely fast. He swung his sword in an instant. Boundless Formless Kill. This was a sword that focused on speed. It pursued extreme speed. He couldn't dodge it. The Black Flame Lord was hit by the sword. The terrifying radiance instantly pierced through his Black Flame Immortal body. As the sword aura wreaked havoc, the Black Flame Lord had no choice but to consume more power to recover. Gloomy. The Black Flame Lord's face was gloomy. He didn't expect this person to be so strong. Dragon and Tiger converge. The Black Flame Lord's eyes were gloomy, and there was a smear of determination on his face. Return of the Black Phoenix. In an instant, the Black Tiger and Black Dragon let out shocking roars. They immediately brought along the black wind and black clouds as they rushed towards the black flame lord from the left and right. They intertwined around the black flame lord's body, and terrifying power continued to condense. In the end, they converged into one and turned into a black light that enveloped the black flame lord. The black phoenix spread its wings and let out a long cry. Its cry was extremely sharp, and it soared into the sky. It brought along endless black nightmare, demonic flames. It was as though the flames from the heavens had descended and blasted towards Chunzong. Immediately after, the black phoenix rushed out of the black nightmare demonic flames and rushed towards the black flame lord. There was a loud boom that sounded like an explosion. Endless black aura surged like wind, clouds, and fire. It roared crazily in all directions, and everything within a radius of 10,000 meters was swept into nothingness. Chapter 3178. The wind and clouds raged as the black flames burned the sky. The terrifying aura swept out continuously and covered a radius of 10,000 meters. Everything was turned into ashes and nothingness. Chunzong had already retreated with a grave expression. The Black Flame Great Sage seemed to have used some kind of incredible technique. It actually made him feel that the threat was increasing and getting more intense. Is this the true technique of the expert ranked 35th on the chaotic real leaderboard? Chunzong thought to himself, but he was secretly excited. Everything gradually dispersed and revealed the Black Flame Great Sage's appearance. It was as though he had put on a heavy armor. He became 3 meters tall and looked very strong. The pitch-black armor had a helmet that looked like a dragon's mouth. The chest was like a tiger's mouth. His arms were like tiger claws, and his legs were like dragon claws. There was also a pair of phoenix wings on his back. Not only did the Black Flame Great Sage's appearance change, but his aura also changed. It was more than a few times stronger. Being stronger by a few times and having a few equally strong helpers were two different things. Burn! The Black Flame Great Sage's overbearing and ferocious armor seemed to have come from the demonic world. There were wisps of black nightmare devil flames that were even more terrifying. The pair of black phoenix wings on his back suddenly trembled. It was so fast that it was hard to see clearly. The Black Flame Great Sage had already crossed 10,000 meters and was closing in on Chunzong. His tiger claws struck out instantly. Dark Ember Fist Dart. Chunzong was shocked. Too fast. He actually couldn't react in time. He could only raise the Heavenly Will Sword to defend himself under the instincts of countless life and death experiences. The sword body was instantly hit by the Black Flame Great Sage's fist and let out a terrifying explosion. It was as though it was hit by a mountain-crushing hammer. The indescribable impact sent Chunzong flying a few thousand meters away. That terrifying power kept attacking, and even Chunzong's overbearing universe immortal body couldn't withstand it. Cracks appeared, and it was about to shatter. The Black Flame Great Sage's attack succeeded and didn't stop at all. He didn't give Chunzong any chance to retaliate. He continued to close in and attack, performing the Dark Ember Fist art to the extreme. Every punch could easily shatter mountains and shatter the earth. With a boom, Chunzong's body was shattered into countless pieces. All right, Qian couldn't help but roar, looking very excited. He looked at Nianxin proudly. Nianxin, that peerless sword saint, is no match for Elder Heiyan. Not necessarily, Nianxin replied coldly. His expression didn't change, but he was a little worried. After being blasted apart, Chunzong reformed in the distance with a serious look on his face. Just now, the Black Flame Saint series of attacks were extremely fast. It was so fast that he couldn't react in time. After being hit once, he was bombarded consecutively. Even though he tried to resist, he couldn't completely block the attacks. In the end, he exploded. The pinnacle cosmic undying body was shockingly strong, but it was still destroyed. This showed how terrifying the Black Flame Saint's fist art was. The Black Nightmare Devil Flames couldn't continue burning on Chunzong's body. The Black Flame Saint didn't speak. The wings on his back flapped again, and there seemed to be a resounding phoenix cry that resonated in all directions. His figure flashed again and approached rapidly. There seemed to be a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar. The moment the black flame saint moved, Chunzong moved as well. There was a burst of sword light, and it was like a turbulent sea. This time, he was prepared. Single heart sword technique and dark ember fist art. Two powerful martial arts clashed. Under the single heart sword technique, every attack of the black flame saint was grasped. It was getting more accurate, and every sword could be blocked. The black flame saint was secretly shocked. Why was the undying body destroyed by him in the beginning? But now he could continuously block his fist art attacks. The black flame saint couldn't understand. He didn't understand. When he couldn't kill Chunzong, his fist art was seen through by Chunzong. Since it was seen through, unless there was an absolute suppression, it was very difficult to truly defeat Chunzong. It was almost impossible. The Black Flame Saint's power was extremely tyrannical and shocking. However, he couldn't truly suppress Chunzong. He could only suppress Chunzong a little. A little suppression was nothing to Chunzong. Chunzong's toughness was indescribably shocking. The Black Flame Saint was using some kind of secret technique to increase his strength. Such an increase was destined to not last long. The more intense the battle, the more shocked the Black Flame Saint was. He was able to be ranked 35th on the Primal Chaos Real ranking because of his strength. He didn't have such strength before. With such strength, even though he seemed to have the upper hand, he couldn't truly defeat his opponent. If this continued, he might not be able to maintain this secret technique. He had to change the situation and beat his opponent until he was afraid. Black Ash, Great Annihilation. The Black Flame Saint unleashed his most tyrannical punch. Boundless and extremely terrifying aura of annihilation instantly erupted and pervaded the surroundings. Strands of black nightmare, devilish flames bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Wherever the black nightmare, devilish flames passed, the extremely terrifying annihilation intent would invade. The void would be annihilated, revealing an even deeper darkness that caused one's heart to palpitate. It was as though strands of terrifying annihilation aura were emitted from the boundless void and darkness. They entered the Black Flame Saint's arm and covered it continuously. Chunzong's expression changed greatly. The aura was very similar to his All Things Return to Ruins. They were both so terrifying and had the ability to annihilate everything. However, in comparison, the power of his opponent's punch was much stronger than All Things Return to Ruins. Although the two were similar, they were also different. Chunzong sharply felt that the profoundness contained in the Black Flame Saint's punch seemed to be deeper. Then he would give a try. A terrifying annihilation aura rose from Chunzong's body and instantly condensed. The aura instantly caused the Black Flame Saint's expression to change. His opponent had actually grasped such an ultimate move with the power of annihilation. However, when he felt that the power of annihilation contained in his opponent's sword wasn't as strong as his Black Ash Fist Art's Great Annihilation, he immediately calmed down. Chunzong slashed out with his sword. A pitch-black sword light traversed across the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into nothingness and was annihilated. The Black Flame Saint's punch had already been blasted out. It was silent, but it was extremely eerie. It was so eerie that it couldn't be described. It was so eerie that it was boundless and terrifying. It was so eerie that everyone who was hundreds of thousands of meters away felt their hair stand on end. The sword and the fist inevitably collided. It was like two annihilation behemoths. In an instant, the sword light was shattered. The terrifying annihilation fist force blasted toward Chunzong. Chunzong was directly hit. His entire body flew backward, and his indestructible universe body collapsed. The power of annihilation contained in that punch was too strong. It was so strong that it exceeded the limits of Chunzong's pinnacle, phenomenal success, indestructible universe body. Even though Chunzong's mixed origin heart force was extremely powerful and vigorous, it couldn't keep up with the damage of the indestructible universe body. In the end, it was destroyed. After the indestructible universe body was destroyed, it quickly condensed again. However, Chunzong clearly felt that his mixed origin heart force, which was extremely powerful and vigorous, had been used up by 30%. The destructive power of this attack was terrifying. With his mixed origin heart force, which was at the peak phenomenal success indestructible universe body, he had actually used up 30% of his mixed origin heart force. Now that 30% had been used up, 2 more attacks would be the end of him. He would definitely die. However, he wouldn't be hit again. The power of annihilation contained in that punch lingered in his body and was quickly extinguished. Chunzong also understood the mystery behind it. Black Ash, great annihilation. Seeing that his ultimate move had worked, Black Flame Saint exploded again. Boundless annihilation aura once again spread out from the darkness of the void. It continued to gather until it reached the limit and blasted out again. Chunzong didn't dodge. He raised the heavenly will sword horizontally. Immediately, sword aura surged and sword will filled the sky. It was as if the void was being torn apart. Long and narrow cracks appeared, and within the cracks was an even deeper darkness. That darkness seemed to contain boundless terror. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Strands of it seeped out and quickly wrapped around the heavenly will sword. The sword trembled slightly and hummed continuously. Great terror filled the air. Everything in the world returned to the void. Another sword attack was launched. This time, the annihilation aura contained in the sword was even more powerful. The annihilation intent was simply terrifying to the extreme. Black Flame Saint's expression changed drastically. How could this be? What is going on? The previous sword attack wasn't even comparable to his Black Ash Fist technique. Now it was comparable. What kind of elixir did Chunzong eat? The sword radiance and fist force collided once again. This time, the sword radiance wasn't destroyed. Instead, it was equal. Chunzong's expression was cold. The third sword attack, everything in the world returned to the void, was launched again. The murderous intent was extremely shocking. The sword attack was merciless. Black Flame Saint felt bitter. He had used all his strength to launch 2 ultimate moves consecutively. They were extremely powerful, but he had used up most of his energy. Retreat. Without hesitation, Black Flame Saint could only dodge. Although he was at the peak of the true sage realm, in terms of cultivation power, he wasn't as strong as Chunzong. Seeing Black Flame Saint retreat, Chunzong knew that Black Flame Saint was almost done. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't have the strength to continue fighting. It was a matter of whether he was willing to or not. If he continued to fight, his energy would be depleted. Then, he could only use the immortal body. Once the immortal body was ignited, it meant that he was going all out. He was truly going all out, fighting with his life. Black Flame Saint didn't want to and wasn't willing to fight with Chunzong. He had no enmity with Chunzong, and there was no conflict of interest. He didn't need to risk his life with Chunzong just because of Qi Yan's promise. Qi Yan was only one of the candidates for the Son of God. He wasn't the real Son of God. Even if Qi Yan was the real Son of God, so what? Black Flame Saint couldn't risk his life with an expert that he didn't know and had no enmity with. Stop! Feeling Chunzong's sword intent exploding, Black Flame Saint immediately roared. He quickly retreated and dispersed the secret technique on his body, returning to his original state. I heard that the unparalleled Sword Saint sword techniques are superb and unparalleled. Thus, I decided to test it out. Indeed, it is true. However, we have no enmity with each other and are only here to learn from each other. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid both of us will be injured. After speaking, Black Flame Saint didn't give Chunzong a chance to respond. He was worried that a sword cultivator like Chunzong would attack again. The Black Flame Saint had turned into a stream of fiery light and escaped. His speed was beyond Chunzong's expectations, which made Chunzong slightly startled. However, Black Flame Saint had already escaped into Battle Fort number 19. Even if Chunzong chased after him, he couldn't make a move in the fort. However, this battle had also proven his strength. Chapter 3179. The battle between the peerless sword Saint Chunzong and the black flame saint from the dazzling flame divine palace ended in a draw. Yes, it seemed like a draw because the black flame saint had escaped before the battle had even reached the end. He had also explained the reason clearly. However, it was hard to say what the truth was. The Black Flame Saint was a peerless expert ranked 35th on the chaotic real ranking and an elder with real power in the dazzling flame divine palace. He was powerful and had an extraordinary identity and status. He was not someone to be casually criticized. Even though he had not been able to defeat the peerless Sword Saint Qinzong in that battle, the battle had not reached the end. It was ambiguous, but the news of a tie spread just like that. Qinzong did not care about the news of a draw. He had only fought with the Black Flame Saint to verify his current level of strength. Moreover, if the battle had continued, Qinzong was sure that he would have won, but it would have been a Pyrrhic victory. A true Saint expert with the indestructible body would be terrifying if he had no choice but to ignite his indestructible body. Once he ignited his indestructible body, his strength would skyrocket and the power of each attack would become terrifying. The stronger the expert, the more shocking the increase in strength would be after igniting his indestructible body. The peerless sword Saint Qinzong had become even more famous. He was ranked 89th on the chaotic real ranking, but he had fought with the Black Flame Saint, who was ranked 35th. The battle had ended in a draw. Did this mean that the peerless sword Saint Qinzong's true strength could be ranked within the top 40 of the chaotic real ranking? 89th place and Qin 40th place. That was an absolute gap between them. The news quickly spread from the 19th battle fortress to the other battle fortresses and through the Monster Slayer Universe City's Heaven's Secret Tower. It spread to the other Heaven's Secret Towers at the fastest speed. The Snow Taoist was originally ranked 89th on the chaotic real ranking. After being defeated by Qinzong, he had fallen to 90th. It was not that he did not want to avenge himself. However, when he heard the news, he did not even want to avenge himself. It was as though he had been crushed. The fact that he could fight the Black Flame Saint, who was ranked 35th on the chaotic real ranking, to a draw showed his strength. Many true saints came to visit Qinzong in battle fort number 19. He was a peerless expert who was at least in the top 40 of the real Primal Chaos board. No matter what, he had to be on good terms with him. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. At the very least, no one knew when the Ancient Monster Clan would attack. If the Ancient Monster Clan was too strong, they wouldn't be able to withstand it without the help of experts. At this time, it was necessary to get to know some experts, especially if they had a good relationship with them, so that they could ask for help. Qinzong did not turn down the visiting experts. Instead, he entertained them wholeheartedly. Even when he entertained others, he could continue studying his sword arts, and so on by focusing on the primordial chaos realm. As for cultivation, without killing ancient Fae and devouring their ancient Fae origins, his cultivation was negligible. Of course, Qinzong didn't like to entertain people all the time. After a period of time, he closed the door and refused to entertain any guests. This made the people who came later beat their chests and stamp their feet. They secretly felt that they had missed a good opportunity to make friends with powerful people. At the same time, Peerless Sword Saint Qinzong was also on the Ancient Monster Clan's must-kill list. I didn't expect Qinzong's strength to have improved to such an extent. The Eternal Sword Master was surprised when he heard the news. Thinking back to the past, Qinzong was no match for him at all. But now he had surpassed him. Indeed, his talent was extremely shocking. In the chaotic universe, there was a blood-red land. Endless blood-red, baleful aura was surging like raging waves. There were even wisps of black, dragon-like snakes swimming endlessly within it. Every single one of them emitted an unparalleled horror, as if they were formed from the extremely condensed, baleful aura. A figure stood in the middle of it. Endless black and red, evil spirits were moving in and out of his body. Qinzong, I didn't expect you to still be alive. You're destined to die under my sword. A hoarse and terrifying voice suddenly sounded. It was like demonic thunder, an extremely terrifying sword intent that seemed to want to annihilate everything erupted, shattering everything. It completely tore the blood-red void apart. Pitch-black cracks appeared, and the aura it emitted was filled with destruction. In the battle fortress, Chunzong was given a large courtyard because of his identity and status. The courtyard was surrounded by formations and seals. Without Chunzong's permission, others who wanted to enter had to force their way in. They would be blocked immediately. Even experts of the true Saint realm would find it difficult to enter directly. Experts on the real chaotic ranking could enter directly, but there were not that many of them. That was because they would only offend Peerless Sword Saint, a peerless expert whose strength could be ranked in the top 40 of the real chaotic ranking. In the back garden of the huge courtyard, there was a small lake with a circumference of a few hundred meters. There was a pavilion in the lake. In a place like the battle fortress, there were very few courtyards with a small lake and pavilion. They were all very precious. Without sufficient status, one could not live in them. At this moment, there were 3 people sitting in the pavilion. One of them was Chunzong. The second person was a middle-aged Taoist with a head full of white hair. His face was ordinary, and he even looked a little worried. At first glance, one would think that he was worried about something. He was also a peerless expert on the real chaotic ranking. He was Taoist Cho, who was ranked 63rd on the real chaotic ranking. He was also called Taoist Cho. Lord Sword Saint, he is my good friend. He is Immortal Tianfu, who is ranked 75th on the real chaotic ranking. Taoist Cho pointed at the third person and introduced him. I have heard of the Sword Saint's glory. I regret not being able to see it with my own eyes. Immortal Tianfu was also a middle-aged man. He was full of smiles, and his tone was humble. Immortal, you are too polite. Chunzong replied with a smile. As for Union Xin, he was cultivating hard. After witnessing the battle between Chunzong and Black Flame Saint, Union Xin had a deeper understanding of his own swordsmanship. He took the opportunity to cultivate in seclusion, preparing to comprehend more of the mysteries of swordsmanship. He wanted to see if he could take this opportunity to break through and reach the godlike sword realm. If he could break through to the godlike sword realm, Union Xin's strength would increase tremendously. If he cultivated well for a period of time and improve his bloodline, he might be able to reach the real chaotic ranking. This time, I brought Immortal Tianfu to visit Lord Sword Saint because of something. Taoist Cho continued. There was no smile on his face. Let me say it. Immortal Tianfu smiled and said, This is directly related to me. A few years ago, I snuck into the ancient demon domain and found a relic. According to my investigation, the relic should be left behind by the prehistoric universe. It gradually appeared when the previous universe collapsed and merged into the chaotic great universe. Prehistoric universe. Chunzong was slightly taken aback. His interest was immediately piqued. The so-called prehistoric universe didn't refer to a specific universe. It referred to the previous universe. Now that it was the chaotic great universe, then the universe epochs before the chaotic great universe could be considered as the prehistoric universe. However, Immortal Tianfu also excluded the previous universe epoch. He was referring to an earlier universe epoch. Chunzong had only heard a few words about that universe epoch and didn't know much about it. However, he was still very interested. I stayed in there for a period of time and deduced that it should be a relic left behind by the giant universe epoch. Immortal Tianfu continued. However, the relic is very dangerous. With my strength, I can't really explore it. Therefore, I need to find a few capable and trustworthy people to explore it together. I've known Taoist Cho for many years, so I know his temperament very well. I trust his judgment. Since Peerless Sword Sage is respected by my good friend, he must be a man with a true temperament. Immortal Heavenly Talisman was very good with words. He inadvertently praised Taoist Cho and Chunzong. Exploring the prehistoric universe, Chunzong pondered for a while and nodded. Okay, but we still need to wait for a while. Sword Sage, what else do you need our help with? Immortal Tianfu asked with a smile. It's nothing special. It's just that my Tao partner is still in seclusion. I have to wait for her to come out. Chunzong replied with a smile. Immortal Tianfu and Taoist Cho naturally had no objections. In that case, I'll go invite another person. It'll be safer for us to explore together. Immortal Tianfu smiled. After chatting for a while, Immortal Tianfu and Taoist Cho left together. The prehistoric universe, the era of the giant universe. Chunzong thought to himself and immediately asked someone to send him the information about the prehistoric universe. In this era of the chaos universe, people were more enthusiastic about the research of the prehistoric universe. This was because during the collision and fusion process of the previous universe era, many relics of the prehistoric universe had appeared one after another and were constantly being explored. Because of this, more people were interested in the prehistoric universe and were constantly researching and organizing it. Soon, the relevant information about the prehistoric universe was sent to Chunzong. As a peerless expert on the Chaos Real list, Chunzong had joined the Demon Slayer camp. Of course, he had some privileges. Chunzong flipped through the information about the prehistoric universe in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. It turns out that the era before the previous era was the 100 Races era. At that time, the 100 races were in great numbers, and there were many strong races. Chunzong thought to himself, wouldn't that be similar to the current chaotic great cosmos? The era before the 100 Races era was the Giant era. In the Giant era of the universe, the Giant race was the most tyrannical existence and ruled 70% of the entire universe. The era before the Giant universe was called the Demon era. Similarly, the Demon race also ruled 70% of the entire universe. When a universe era was named after a race, it meant that the race was extremely powerful and ruled at least 60%, 70%, or even 80% of the entire universe. The era before the Demon era was called the Sword and Blade era. It was an era where the sword principle and blade principle coexisted. They were the two most tyrannical paths of cultivation. Almost all the cultivators in the universe were either sword cultivators or blade cultivators. The sword principle origin and blade principle origin in the universe were unprecedentedly tyrannical. As for the eras before the sword and blade era, there must have been other eras. Unfortunately, there was no relevant information. There were only a few words of speculation. It was ambiguous and not true. Next, Chunzong waited. He waited for Yu Nianxin to come out. Chapter 3180. Time passed slowly. Chunzong stayed in the courtyard of the fortress, cultivating while waiting for Yu Nianxin to come out. Occasionally, he would go out to reinforce the nodes. There was a space-time teleportation formation that could be used from the fortress to the fortress. It could be activated in an instant. It only took 1 or 2 breaths of time for Chunzong to reach 400,000 meters in a breath. It was even faster for him to reinforce the nodes. In just 3 years, the ancient demon tribe had launched many attacks. Every attack would cause great losses to the monster-slaying army. There would be many casualties and some nodes would be broken. However, the ancient demon tribe would also suffer great losses. The most powerful time was when the ancient demon clan broke through a node. Before the reinforcements arrived, the ancient demons immediately invaded the monster-slaying territory. However, before they could do anything, a sword light flashed across the sky and slaughtered all the ancient demons with a single strike. It was the peerless sword saint, Chunzong. In the entire demon slayer territory, in terms of strength at the true saint realm, Chunzong, who had once fought to a draw with Black Flame Sage, was ranked first. The most powerful person was a peerless expert who was ranked 20th on the Chaos Real ranking. He was known as the Spear Demon. However, Spear Demon spent most of his time in seclusion cultivating to break through to the demigod realm. Experts like Spear Demon had already cultivated to the peak of the true saint realm. It was difficult for him to advance further in the true saint realm unless he had some heaven-defying opportunity. However, that was too difficult. Simply put, the peerless experts on the chaotic real ranking had cultivated to the peak of the true saint realm. Of course, there were differences in the peak of different cultivators. Therefore, there was someone who was ranked first on the chaotic real ranking and could easily defeat those who were ranked in the top 100. It was rare for someone like Chunzong to be ranked on the chaotic real ranking without cultivating to the peak. Moreover, Chunzong's strength was not inferior to Saint Black Flame's. But apart from Zong and Xin, no one else knew about this. In the past 3 years, Zong's strength had also improved, but his cultivation was still stuck at the peak of the great accomplishment of the undying body of the universe. He was closer to the consummation, but he still had not made a real breakthrough. Today, Xin came out of seclusion. An extremely shocking sword intent soared into the sky. The sword intent seemed to have come alive, turning into an incorporeal phoenix that could burn the stars and destroy the moon. It tore apart and burned everything. Zong smiled when he felt the shocking sword essence. He knew that Xin had made a breakthrough. Tongshan's sword realm. Xin's swordsmanship talent was not bad. In the previous universe era, under the guidance of Zong and Eternal Swordmaster, he had been working hard in the new universe era. After 1,000 years, he had improved. Now, he'd once again obtained Zong's guidance, allowing him to accumulate sufficient strength and finally surmount that boundary and break through that bottleneck. A sword light broke through the sky in a graceful manner. It was like a phoenix soaring in the sky. The sword light surged and turned into a huge phoenix that slowly flapped its wings. Such a shocking aura fluctuation was immediately felt by many people in the fortress. They all looked over in shock. Tongshan's sword principle. Another peerless sword cultivator has appeared. Tongshan realm was a superb martial arts realm. In theory, it corresponded with the cultivation of true saint realm. However, many true saint realm martial arts realms had not broken through to Tongshan realm. Those who had both the cultivation of true saint realm and Tongshan realm martial arts realms were rare in the true saint realm. The sword light streaked across the sky like a star-burning phoenix, bringing with it an unparalleled power. Zong smiled. His heavenly sword was unsheathed in an instant as well, meeting the attack head-on. In just a moment, the two of them had each attacked hundreds of times. Each attack was mysterious and contained terrifying power. However, they did not use their cultivation. It was a pure contest of sword essence and swordsmanship. After a few dozen breaths, the sword light separated and dispersed. Zong also put his sword back into its sheath. I finally made a breakthrough. Xin put his sword back into its sheath with a smile. He felt happy from the bottom of his heart. After thousands of years, he finally made a successful breakthrough. It was really not easy, but Xin was also very clear that if he didn't have Zong's guidance, it would take him hundreds of years to make a breakthrough, or even hundreds of years might not be able to succeed. Reading thousands of books was not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Traveling thousands of miles was not as good as a word of advice. It could clear the clouds and see the moon. It could be enlightened immediately. In the following days, they cultivated, practiced swordsmanship, and reinforced nodes. During this time, Zong and Xin also worked hard to make a baby. Once their cultivation reached the limit of the true saint realm, it meant that both of them would completely leave their bodies of flesh and blood. At that time, they would not be able to have children. However, Xin hoped to have children of his own. Therefore, he had to work hard. It seems that I have to delay the completion of the indestructible body of the universe. Zong could not help but think. Once the indestructible body of the universe was completed, he would completely lose his body of flesh and blood and the ability to have children. Of course, it did not mean that he would not be able to have children. It was almost impossible, unless he had the help of some special treasure. That kind of special treasure was very rare. However, it will be different if he could break through to the demigod realm. Once he broke through to the demigod realm, he would return to his body of flesh and blood. This body of flesh and blood would be different from the previous body of flesh and blood. It would be the body of a demigod. Therefore, a demigod would have the ability to have children. Zong did not know when he could break through to the demigod realm. Therefore, he had to work hard to make a baby from now on. However, it was extremely difficult for a true saint realm expert, especially a top true saint realm expert, to have children. It was thousands of times more difficult than ordinary people. The two worked hard almost every day. After another year, enlightened Tian Fu and Taoist Cho came again. Together with them was a middle-aged man with dark skin and thin cheeks. He looked a little gloomy. "Your Excellency, peerless sword saint, this is insect controlling Immortal. He will be with us." Enlightened Tian Fu introduced him to Qinzong and then looked at the gloomy middle-aged man. "Your Excellency, insect controlling Immortal. This is the peerless sword saint of peerless sword principle. A few years ago, I heard that a sword cultivator could fight to a draw with Black Flame Saint, who was ranked 35th on the real chaos ranking of Xianyan Divine Palace. I was very surprised and wanted to see it with my own eyes. Today, I see that he is indeed extraordinary." Insect controlling Immortal cupped his hands and smiled at Qinzong. However, even his smile gave people a gloomy feeling. "Greetings, insect controlling Immortal." Qinzong returned the sword salute. Although insect controlling Immortal is not on the real chaos ranking, his strength is not to be underestimated. He is the strongest level below the real chaos ranking. Enlightened Tian Fu laughed. "Moreover, insect controlling Immortal is best at controlling insects. It'll be of great help to us when we explore the ruins of the prehistoric era of the universe." Only then did Qinzong come to a realization. No wonder true monarch insect controlling was not on the real primal chaos board, but Immortal Heavenly Talisman wanted him to be his companion. It seemed that the main reason was his skill in controlling insects. This was indeed very helpful. Some places were dangerous but difficult to detect. They had to be explored first to know. However, such exploration could sometimes be fatal. At this time, the Zerd beast would be of great use. Sacrificing some insect beast was better than dying. "Your Excellency, Sword Saint, are you ready?" Enlightened Tian Fu asked, implying that he wanted to ask Qinzong if his Taoist companion had come out of seclusion. "We can go now." Qinzong smiled in response. Qinzong had already told Yin Xin about this. "In that case, let's go. A long night may cause trouble." Taoist Cho said immediately. Although it was said that the primeval universe relic was discovered by the enlightened heavenly talisman, there was no guarantee that it would not be discovered by others over the years. Perhaps it would be discovered by the ancient demon clan. After all, it was located in the ancient demon territory. The four experts left immediately. Although Qinzong was a member of the demon-slaying camp, his freedom was not restricted. Such an expert could come and go as he pleased. Otherwise, who would be willing to be restricted? The reason why experts were experts was that they could better control their own destiny. Among the four of them, 3 were experts on the real primal chaos ranking. Although the last one wasn't, he was still one of the strongest below the real primal chaos ranking. He also had the ability to control insects. The 4 of them could be considered the pillars of the human race and the origin race. The remains are in the middle circle of the ancient demon domain. Enlightened Tian Fu said as he led the way, "Everyone, I will give you the concealment talisman. Use it to hide your body and aura, avoid the ancient demon clan, and enter the remains." Naturally, no one objected. Otherwise, if they did not hide their tracks, it would not be easy to enter the ancient demon domain. They would be easily discovered and attracted a large number of ancient demons. They might even be besieged and killed. Enlightened Tian Fu's skill was in the Talisman Dao. It was a unique inheritance that few people could master. Most of the people who mastered the Talisman Dao were relatively ordinary. Only a few could break through to the true saint realm. To put it simply, the Talisman Dao was not mainstream in the chaotic universe. It was an inheritance from the remains of the 100 Races universe era. Although there were few experts in the Talisman Dao was indeed extensive and profound. Everyone was given a light green concealment talisman. There were many words written on it that seemed to be messy but contained a certain pattern. Qinzong glanced at it and found that he could not understand it. However, he felt that the aura contained in it was very unfathomable. The concealment talisman was also very easy to use. It could be directly activated by one's own strength. Qinzong was the last to activate it. When the other 3 activated the concealment talisman one after another, Chunzong was immediately surprised to find that the aura of the three people rapidly faded and then disappeared. Then, the three people's figures also rapidly faded, as if they had become three almost transparent phantoms. If Chunzong had not seen it at a close distance, and with his own eyes, he would not have discovered it. It was indeed very mysterious. While thinking, Chunzong also activated the concealment talisman. A strange feeling arose spontaneously, and his aura was hidden to the extreme. Chapter 3181. A six-armed ancient demon led four four-armed ancient demons and hundreds of two-armed ancient demons to patrol the void. Their eyes were filled with ruthlessness as they scanned the surroundings, checking everything to prevent cultivators from sneaking into the ancient demon territory and causing trouble. The ancient demon clan wanted to invade the territory of the human clan and the origin clan, so they were naturally guarding against cultivators from the human clan and the origin clan. Chunzong and the other three avoided the patrolling ancient demons. It was not that they could not fight against them. If they really wanted to attack, any one of them could completely annihilate the patrolling ancient demons in an extremely short period of time. If the four of them attacked together, it was guaranteed that no sound would be heard. However, this was the ancient demon territory after all. Once the aura of cultivators was leaked, it would easily attract the attention of the ancient demons. At that time, extremely powerful ancient demons would attack. The purpose of the four of them was not to enter the ancient demon territory to cause trouble, but to sneak into the ruins of the ancient era of the universe to seek opportunities. The concealment talisman sounded very simple and seemed to be some kind of common product. However, this was not the case. The concealment talisman could hide the body and aura of experts like them, making it difficult for others to detect them. Even if enlightened heavenly talisman wanted to make it, it was not so easy. The materials were very precious and needed to be carefully drawn. Enlightened heavenly talisman had spent many years to make these four concealment talismans. This meant that the concealment talisman could not be mass-produced, and there were only a few of them. Moreover, it could not be used continuously. After the power was exhausted, it would completely lose its effect. Otherwise, if the concealment talisman could be mass-produced, it could be used by the demon-slaying army. The experts in the army could use it to sneak into the ancient demon territory to assassinate powerful ancient demons and cause chaos in the ancient demon territory. After avoiding a patrolling ancient demon team, the four of them continued to move forward. They did not dare to be too fast and could only maintain a speed of about 100,000 meters per second. If they were too fast, the concealment talisman would lose its effect. 100,000 meters per second was equivalent to the speed of an ordinary true Saint Realm expert. It caused the four of them to move much slower. Even the weakest of the four, perfected insect controlling lord, could exceed 200,000 meters per second at full speed. They continued to sneak in, carefully hiding their tracks and restraining all aura fluctuations. Although they had the help of the concealment talisman, they could not be careless because of this. During this time, the four of them also encountered an 8-armed ancient demons patrol. The 8-armed ancient demons were extremely powerful. Almost all of them had the strength of a peerless expert on the real Primal Chaos list. Some powerful 8-armed ancient demons could even compete with the top experts on the real Primal Chaos list. Although the concealment talisman had extraordinary effects, it was hard to guarantee that he would not be discovered by the 8-armed ancient demon if he got too close. Fortunately, he managed to avoid it. He continued to sneak in cautiously. "We're here," Taoist heavenly talisman transmitted his voice. Soon after, two of his fingers shook as a gray talisman appeared between them. With a light shake, the talisman seemed to ignite as wisps of smoke drifted outwards. The grayish-green smoke seemed to be attracted by something and immediately drifted in a certain direction. Finally, after drifting a few hundred meters away, it seemed to disappear into the void, as if it had been devoured. Right there, Taoist heavenly talisman immediately said, "Previously I used the talisman to cover the entrance of the relic. Under normal circumstances, it would not be discovered. Even if I wanted to find it again, I would have to rely on the power of the talisman. Taoist Heavenly Talisman took the lead and rushed forward a few hundred meters. In an instant, his figure seemed to have sunk into an invisible water surface. After a faint ripple, he disappeared. Then, Taoist Chao's figure also sank into it and disappeared. Immortal, you go first. Chunzong said to Immortal Insect, Immortal. This was to prevent the attack of an ancient demon. It was very cautious, but it was necessary. After all, Chunzong was stronger than Immortal Insect Immortal. Immortal Insect Immortal did not hesitate and instantly rushed out and sank into it. The last one was Chunzong. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if he had penetrated the water's surface. There seemed to be a layer of invisible resistance. It felt a little sticky, but it did not really stop Chunzong. In the next moment, Chunzong rushed out of the layer of stickiness as if he had broken through a thin film and fell rapidly. A heavy sense of pressure directly appeared on his body. It was as if he was carrying an invisible mountain. His whole body fell rapidly. Chunzong reacted immediately and quickly adjusted his body. His body floated down like a feather and gently landed on the ground. They had entered. The four people stepped into the relic of the prehistoric universe one after another. The feeling under his feet made Chunzong know that the ground here was very hard, as if it was made of divine steel. The ground was extremely hard. It was grayish-black and full of cracks. It was like the land that had been dry for many years. A dull thud could be heard when he gently stamped his feet. The four people looked at each other and then quickly looked around. The ground was boundless. It was very spacious. The sky was grayish-white. It was very desolate and also very high. It gave the four people a strange feeling. Standing here, they seemed to be very small. This world was too big, too big, too big. Further away, there were scattered stones. Those stones were very huge, at least dozens of meters in size. Some were even hundreds of meters in size. They were like stone hills standing on the extremely hard ground. Further away, there was the shadow of a mountain. It was incomparably huge, as if it connected the sky and the earth. I'll seal the entrance first, in case other people or ancient demons find this place and break in. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman said. Immediately, he took out a stack of light golden talismans. There were a total of 5 of them. With a shake of his finger, the 5 light golden talismans suddenly flew up and burned. They turned into 5 light golden lights and flew out, landing directly in the void. As the light flickered, they connected with each other, forming a pale golden seal. It was filled with very complicated and mysterious characters, like many tadpoles that were slowly swimming. Well, I've already sealed the entrance with 5 Vidra talismans. Even if the 8-armed ancient demon wants to enter, it won't be so easy. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman revealed a smile. Immediately after, he took out a light silver talisman and shook it. It turned into a silver light that flew up and landed on the light golden light. Immediately, there were a few silver lines swimming on it. That's a warning talisman. Once the power of the Vajra talisman is activated, I'll be able to sense it immediately. It had to be said that Enlightened Heavenly Talisman's method was very cautious and very appropriate. In this way, everyone would be able to immediately know if other people or ancient demons had entered the ruins after them. Knowing in advance would allow them to be more effectively prepared. Insect controlling, it's up to you. After Enlightened Heavenly Talisman finished, he looked at Insect controlling True Monarch and said, "It's up to me." Insect controlling True Monarch nodded in response. Immediately, he waved his hand and a cloud of black smoke spread out. It kept expanding and expanding. A buzzing sound suddenly sounded. In the black smoke, thumb-sized insects appeared one after another. The black insects looked like bees with black carapaces. It was very strange. A faint fiendish aura spread out from those insects, as if warning other creatures, I'm not to be trifled with. With a thought from True Monarch Bug controlling, the flying insects immediately flew away in all directions. These insects were cultivated by Insect controlling True Monarch. They were specially used for scouting and could act as his eyes and ears. They were very sensitive. The last time I entered, I went in this direction. Enlightened heavenly talisman retracted his gaze and quickly glanced around. After confirming, he pointed in a direction and said, "How about we continue in this direction?" The three had no objections. Insect-controlling true monarch let more insects fly in this direction and flew very far away in the blink of an eye. The last time I entered, I met a giant wanderer from the era of giants. I named it myself because those giant corpses are wandering around this barren land. Enlightened heavenly talisman said seriously, "The giant wanderers are very strong, at least in the true saint realm. Their bodies are extremely strong, stronger than normal true saints. After I defeated a dozen or so giant wanderers, I encountered a very powerful giant wanderer. I couldn't defeat it, and it attracted even more giant wanderers. One of them had an aura even stronger than mine, so I had to retreat." The three listened to enlightened heavenly talisman's words and pondered. Chunzong was somewhat curious. Giants. In the last era of the universe, Chunzong had entered the unknown lands from the inner universe's Thousand Swords Mountain and entered a space-time fragment. At that time, he saw some giants and fought with them. Those giants' bodies were very strong and difficult to break. It was also under that situation that Chunzong created the Heaven Sword. It was extremely sharp and pierced through the giant's body as if to kill it. What was the relationship between those giants and the giants of the era of giants? Just the same name or the same race? Chunzong was very curious. "A giant wanderer has been found," insect-controlling true monarch suddenly said. His voice was a bit erratic. He was observing through his flying insects. The four of them immediately sped up. Not long after, they saw a huge body slowly wandering around the barren land, as if it was aimlessly wandering. When they saw the giant, except for enlightened heavenly talisman, the other three were shocked. 100 meters tall. The giant wanderer was 100 meters tall with an extremely strong body. It was only wearing broken armor, as if it had gone through a great battle. Chunzong felt that this giant wanderer was somewhat similar to the one he saw in the space-time fragment. However, the giant in the space-time fragment wasn't so huge, only about 10 meters tall. The difference between 10 meters and 100 meters was indescribable. Just its size alone brought a shock to people. Coupled with its extremely strong body, it also emitted a strong aura, as if it was constantly suppressing the surroundings. The shock was even stronger. As if it also felt the aura of the four people, the giant wanderer suddenly turned and rushed over at a faster speed. They had already taken off the concealment talisman. After all, they still had to leave after exploring the ruins and needed to use the concealment talisman. The power on it was limited and difficult to replenish in a short time. Chapter 3182. The 100-meter-tall giant in broken armor was originally wandering slowly, but it seemed to have sensed the aura of the four people. It immediately turned around and rushed toward them, its speed increasing in an instant. It was as if a slow-crawling tortoise had turned into a fast-running rabbit. With a height of 100 meters and an extremely strong body, it gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. In particular, the broken armor on its body added a bit of a tragic aura to it. "I'll do it." As soon as True Monarch Insect, controlling True Monarch, spoke, black smoke surged out and rapidly spread out, enveloping everything in all directions. A roar suddenly sounded, and a huge insect beast appeared. The insect beast looked like a mantis with hard armor. The mantis was 10 meters long, but it was nothing compared to the giant wanderer. It was still very small. However, the mantis insect beast was extremely fast. The wings on its back flapped, and it immediately burst out with an amazing speed. In an instant, it drew an arc and rushed toward the giant wanderer as if it was tearing the void apart. The knife arm cut horizontally in an instant and cut the giant's strong body as if it was going to cut everything apart. In the next breath, a shocking scene appeared. When the mantis insect beast's arm cut into the giant's skin, it was unable to completely cut it open. It was extremely difficult for the mantis insect beast to make a shallow cut. For such a huge giant, the cut was nothing. It was as if a mosquito bite was a flesh wound. How is it possible? Insect-controlling true lord was extremely shocked. The mantis insect beast was equivalent to an ordinary true Saint realm insect beast, especially its knife arm, which was extremely sharp. It was completely at the level of a half-chaos divine weapon, but it couldn't cut the giant's skin and really hurt him. How tough was the giant's skin? The mantis insect beast was extremely fast. It quickly flew around the giant's body, and its knife arm kept cutting and cutting. It tried everywhere, but it still couldn't really cut the giant's skin and hurt the giant's body. Again, insect-controlling true lord shouted in a low voice. As the black smoke surged, it became more and more vigorous, and a new insect beast appeared. It was a 20-meter-tall insectoid with a huge black carapace on its back. The carapace was covered with black spikes, making it look like a mutated giant beetle. The giant beetle had a single horn protruding from its head, but the tip of the horn was not sharp at all. Instead, it was a huge ball that was several meters in size and covered with sharp spikes like a hammer. The giant beetle roared like a ferocious beast. Then, the wings on its back spread out. It flapped at high speed and charged directly at the giant wanderer. The giant hammerball on its head smashed out fiercely. With a bang, the giant wanderer's huge 100-meter-long body trembled and swayed again and again. But then, the giant wanderer's huge fist also smashed down on the giant beetle. It was like a meteorite falling to the ground, directly bombarding the body of the 20-meter-tall giant beetle. The tyrannical and terrifying power erupted in an instant, directly bombarding the giant beetle and forcing it to retreat. But the giant beetle was also 20 meters in size and had a shocking weight. It was also very good at strength. After retreating for dozens of meters, it immediately stopped and rushed out again. With another fierce blow, the giant wanderer's body shook again and retreated a few steps. The giant beetle's carapace was extremely hard. Even if it was hit, it was not injured. It cooperated with the mantis insect beast to fight the giant wanderer. In terms of level, the giant wanderer was only at the level of an ordinary true saint. But its body was huge and extremely tough, and its defensive power was also very terrifying. It was enough to fight against a top true saint. No wonder Immortal heavenly talisman could not completely penetrate it. If there were more than a dozen of such giant wanderers, even a top true saint would have a hard time. Even the experts on the real chaos ranking would have a hard time dealing with it. If it was a stronger giant wanderer, it would be even more difficult to deal with. The combination of the mantis insect beast and the giant beetle was enough to fight against the giant wanderer, but it seemed that it would not be so easy to kill it. Enlightened heavenly talisman made his move. With a wave of his hand, a silver talisman immediately broke through the air and turned into an extremely cold and incomparably sharp blade light. It seemed to cut through the void and directly attacked the giant wanderer. With a slashing sound, the giant wanderer's tyrannical body was directly torn apart by the cold silver blade light. Immediately, enlightened heavenly talisman's index finger and middle finger turned into a sword finger. He pointed at the silver blade light and then rotated it, guiding the peerless blade light directly around the giant wanderer's neck and cutting it. The giant wanderer's head was suddenly cut off. The huge head rolled down and hit the ground with a dull roar. It sounded like a drum, and the ground shook. Layers of ripples spread out like a raging wind. Chunzong's pupils shrank slightly. He could feel the tyrannical power of the silver blade light. It was very shocking. After the blade light cut off the giant wanderer's head, it flew back and fell into enlightened heavenly talisman's hand. It was a pure silver talisman. It looked like it was made of silver metal, but it was as thin as a piece of paper. It trembled slightly in enlightened heavenly talisman's hand, giving a feeling that it was full of tenacity. This is the divine knife talisman. Enlightened heavenly talisman noticed Chunzong's gaze and immediately smiled. Then, everyone studied the corpse of the giant wanderer. Under the penetration of Chunzong's mixed yuan heart force, they found that the giant's body was very tyrannical. Its skin, muscles, tendons, and bones were very dense, as if it had been tempered thousands of times. However, The body had been gray and decayed. It was obvious that it had been dead for a long time. In fact, when they saw the giant wanderer, Chunzong knew that this giant was no longer alive. Its whole body was filled with a strong death aura. The death aura was so strong that it had been dead for a long time. It was just that they didn't know why it was still wandering in this barren land. After cutting off its head, the giant fell to the ground and stopped moving. After studying it for a while, they had a more intuitive understanding of the giant wanderer. The four continued to move forward. The mantis insect beast and the giant beetle were in the vanguard. They were not ordinary insect beasts, but true saint-level insect beasts. They were not weak and would not be killed so easily. On this barren land, there seemed to be a lot of giant wanderers. Before long, Chunzong and the other three encountered another group of giant wanderers. There were more than a dozen of them. Every giant rogue brazenly rushed forward. Their 100-meter-tall and extremely strong bodies were incomparably heavy, like mountains. When they ran, their legs were like huge drumsticks, and they used the ground as a drum, making a series of deafening loud sounds. The ground shook, and the terrible impact rushed out wave after wave, causing the pressure to multiply. Quickly finish it. Immortal Heavenly Talisman's expression changed dramatically. Otherwise, it may attract more giants. Sigh. Taoist Cho's sighed slightly. His sigh was full of sadness and seemed to be able to affect the surroundings, making people involuntarily fall into sadness. However, such emotions could not affect Chunzong and the others. Immortal Insect Beast was some distance away from Taoist Cho. In addition, Taoist Cho deliberately restrained himself, so it did not affect Immortal Insect Beast. This eye was mainly aimed at the giant wanderers. Unfortunately, it did not work because the giant wanderers were actually dead and had lost their wisdom when they were alive. Without wisdom, they were muddle-headed and naturally had no joy, anger, sorrow, or other emotions. The sigh was also a sign that Taoist Cho was about to strike. In an instant, a palm print blasted out across the sky. The palm print contained a sorrowful and gloomy will that made one feel extremely depressed. When one was targeted, one would feel all sorts of negative emotions. However, the emotions and will of this palm still could not affect the giants. With a bang, the palm directly hit the head of a giant rogue. The tyrannical power erupted and immediately imprinted itself between its eyebrows, leaving a deep palm print. Under the tyrannical palm, the giant rogue was pushed back and fell down, its huge body falling backward. Immortal Heavenly Talisman activated the Divine Knife Talisman and attacked the giant wanderers. Immortal Insect Beast also controlled the two insect beasts to attack the giant wanderers. Chunzong burst out in an instant. The Heavenly Will Sword was unsheathed and streaked across the sky, creating a dazzling sword light. It seemed that the moment the sword light appeared, it took away all the brilliance around it. The other three people could not help but look at it. They unconsciously narrowed their eyes and felt that it was difficult to look directly at it. Just the sword light alone made them feel shocked. They could not help but be secretly shocked. No wonder he was a peerless expert who could fight to a draw with Black Flame, Saint of the Dazzling Flame Divine Palace. His strength was indeed very tyrannical and amazing. The sword light flashed and instantly tore the sky apart. A feeling of cutting everything spontaneously arose, making Chunzong feel very carefree. The extremely tough body of the giant wanderers could not resist the sharp sword light at all. In an instant, their necks were cut open and their heads were chopped off. They fell heavily to the ground. Chunzong killed a giant wanderer with one sword. He did not have the slightest intention of holding back. The second sword, the third sword, the fourth sword, he displayed the single heart sword technique at the fastest speed. Every sword was sharp and unparalleled. Every sword chased after the giant wanderers. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen giant wanderers were slaughtered. Among them, 9 were killed by Chunzong's sword. No wonder you're the unparalleled sword saint. Your way of the sword is unparalleled. Immortal Heavenly Talisman immediately complimented him. His tone was very sincere and made people feel comfortable. Taoist Cho, an immortal insect beast, also complimented him. I'm a sword cultivator. I'm best at fighting and killing. Chunzong smiled. Sword cultivators were recognized as the best at fighting and killing. Immortal heavenly talisman and immortal insect beast might not be as good as him in killing, but they each had their own specialties. For example, he did not know the talisman way and the way of insect beast. After a round of compliments, they did not stop at all. The purpose of entering this place was not to fight with the giant wanderers, but to seek opportunities. After all, this was a relic left from the prehistoric era of the universe. It was very rare. If they could obtain any opportunities from it, it would be of great benefit to them. Chapter 3183. The sky was gloomy and filled with countless cracks. It was like a porcelain that had been smashed and would shatter at any time. Wisps of air permeated the air and emitted a terrifying aura. Chunzong and the others shuddered when they saw it. This relic was essentially a fragment of the giant universe era. It existed in the void mezzanine of the chaotic universe and was constantly being pushed aside. The airflow was the aura of annihilation produced when the two universe eras fought against each other. Without the power of the demigod realm, one would most likely die if they came into contact with such an aura. It was too terrifying. Chunzong paid attention to the aura from time to time. Although it was very faint, the power it contained was extremely terrifying. If such a power could be drawn out and integrated into the all things to ruin sword, wouldn't the power of the sword increase tremendously? Chunzong suddenly had an idea. If he could succeed, then the power of the all things in heaven and earth return to ruin would increase to an extremely terrifying level. Chunzong couldn't help but think of the battle with the Black Flame Saint. He had personally experienced the Black Flame Saint's ultimate move, Black Flame Saint's destruction. The power of destruction contained within it was extremely terrifying. Chunzong was also inspired by that punch. The Black Flame Saint's Black Flame Saint's Black Flame Saint used the power of destruction to draw out the power of destruction from the void and condense it within the punch, causing the power of destruction of the punch to increase tremendously. Previously, Chunzong's all things to ruin sword only contained the will of destruction and a trace of the power of destruction. After being inspired by the Black Flame Saint's punch, he had drawn some of the power of destruction from the depths of the void and condensed it within the all things to ruin sword, causing the power of the sword to become even stronger. Now, seeing such a terrifying power of destruction, although it was very faint, it made his heart palpitate. He had no confidence in drawing it out and condensing it. He was afraid that he would be destroyed and annihilated if he wasn't careful. While thinking, Chunzong didn't stop at all. He continued to go deeper into the relic with the other three. The relic was considered to be very hidden. With the help of the enlightened heavenly talisman, it would be even more difficult to discover the relic. It wouldn't be that easy to enter, and they would be discovered by the enlightened heavenly talisman. The deeper they went, the stronger the giant wanderers that appeared. They were both 100 meters tall, but it was obvious that the more powerful giant wanderer was wearing a complete set of armor, and its aura was also more tyrannical. It was a giant wanderer at the peak of the true saint realm. However, because of its powerful physique, it was very difficult to deal with such a giant wanderer. An ordinary peak of the true saint realm could not do anything to it. Only experts on the real chaotic ranking could fight and defeat them. Leave it to me. His body flickered, and a little heavenly sword left its scabbard. It streaked through the air, cutting through the air in a deadly attack. Chunzong's eyes widened, and a little heavenly sword appeared. Will heavenly talisman, enlightened heavenly talisman. Chunzong's sword swept across the sky and attacked the giant. The sword light hit the giant's body. The giants' bodies were huge, and their strength was astonishing. However, they had a shortcoming, and that was their speed. Their speed was average and not outstanding, so it was difficult for them to dodge Chunzong's sword attacks. However, because their bodies were extremely tyrannical, they could withstand most of the attacks. However, Chunzong's sword was extremely sharp and incisive. His sword slashed through the air and instantly left a sword mark on the giant's neck, slicing through the extremely tough skin. However, this giant was obviously much stronger than the previous giants. Chunzong couldn't kill it with one strike. What an amazing defense. Chunzong was secretly shocked. With his current attack power, an ordinary strike could kill experts of the true Saint realm on the chaotic real ranking list. But he couldn't cut off the giant's neck. He could only cut off a small part of it. Then, Shun Xiao. The sword swept across the sky. The sword light was extremely bright and took away all the light in the world. Wherever the sword passed, the world seemed to be sucked in all the light and fell into darkness. Only a dazzling sword light could be seen. This sword was incomparably sharp, and it swept through everything before it. It was as if nothing in the world, no matter what it was, could resist it. The giant body was indeed very strong, but it couldn't resist Chunzong's Shun Xiao sword. It was immediately cut off, and its head flew high. With Chunzong's current strength, he could be ranked in the top 40 of the chaotic real ranking list. No, he could even be ranked in the top 35. He was extremely strong and extremely good at attacking. Unfortunately, killing these giant wanderers didn't give him anything. So far, no one had gained anything special. They could only continue to go deeper. The area they had reached was a place that enlightened heavenly talisman hadn't been to before. The aura was getting more and more desolate. A huge palace appeared in front of them. The architectural style of the palace was different from the style of the current chaotic universe. It had a rough feeling, and it was full of primitive and barbaric feeling. The palace was brown and huge. It stood on the ground. The surroundings were a little broken and collapsed as if it had experienced a great battle. Looking at the barbaric palace, Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly. His sharp intuition made Chunzong feel that there seemed to be an unusual aura in the palace. Perhaps there was some kind of opportunity in the palace. As they approached the palace, the four didn't enter immediately. Insect-controlling true monarch controlled the mantis insect beast to step into the open door of the palace first. The mantis insect beast was very fast. Even if it encountered any danger, it could easily avoid it. Insect-controlling true monarch could also see everything in the palace through the mantis insect beast. After a while, the mantis insect beast came out unscathed. There are some giant corpses inside. In addition, there is a broken stone tablet with some carvings on it. Insect-controlling true monarch told them everything he saw through the mantis insect beast. The four looked at each other and nodded. They immediately stepped into the palace. Compared to the huge door of the palace, the four of them looked very small. The door was 1,000 meters tall. Only the giants, who were 100 meters tall, could match it. The height of a human being would be astonishingly tall if they were 2 or 3 meters tall. Moreover, Chunzong and the other three were of normal height. They were naturally extremely small in front of this 1,000-meter-tall door. The inside of the palace was incomparably spacious. Everyone's light footsteps seemed to be infinitely amplified, like the beating of a drum. The interior of the palace was dim, and even if everyone's cultivation was high, they were still affected and could not see clearly. For some reason, the dim light gave everyone an indescribable pressure. It was as if there was an invisible pressure pervading the surroundings, filling every breath. It was everywhere. The mantis insect beast and the giant beetle walked in front. Once there was any danger, they would be the first to face it. The palace was huge. It was originally where the giants lived. When Chunzong and the others stepped in, they had to take many steps to be the same distance as a giant's step. Gradually, they saw a broken stone tablet. Even though it was broken, the stone tablet was still over 100 meters tall. It was extremely huge. There was a broken section on the top, and the broken section fell to the side. It was still tens of meters long. In other words, the complete stone tablet was nearly 200 meters long. Standing in front of the huge broken stone tablet, the four of them raised their heads and stared at it. There were many carvings on the stone tablet. They looked like some kind of text, but they also looked like messy carvings like the scribbles of a child. However, they were not ordinary cultivators. They were all top true saints with high cultivation. At a glance, they felt that the carvings on the stone tablet were not ordinary. Those scratches seemed to contain an indescribable profundity. However, after looking at it for a while, the four of them realized that they could not understand it at all. The carvings seemed to be some kind of text, and they could feel that there seemed to be endless mysteries contained in them. It was like looking at a beauty through a layer of gauze. Their hearts were itching, but they could not really see it. It made them look forward to it. Chunzong looked at it carefully. He focused on operating the chaotic prime realm and memorized all the carvings on the broken stone tablet. He vaguely seemed to be able to see something, but he also seemed to be separated by something. It was like looking at flowers in the fog and looking at the moon in the water. It was not clear enough. Vaguely, Chunzong felt that these carvings seemed a little familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Heavenly Tower. A thought suddenly flashed through Chunzong's mind. In the last universe era, in a space-time fragment in the unknown place that the 10,000 Swords Mountain had entered, he had encountered the so-called giants. However, they were only 10 meters tall, which was nothing compared to the 100-meter-tall giants here. However, in the Broken Heaven Tower, he saw many words that were different from the human language, such as the words of the 10-meter-tall giants. Now that he thought about it, those words were similar to the carvings on the broken stone tablet. How should he describe it? It was like a simplification. The words of the giants in the Heaven Tower seemed to be a simplified version of the carvings on the broken stone tablet. Then, Chunzong thought of the words of the divine demon clan. They were similar. Ancient god language. Chunzong's eyes suddenly lit up. Weren't these words similar to the ancient god language? No. To be precise, they should be derived from the ancient god language. Back in the space-time fragment, in the unknown place, in the Heaven Tower, he had received the ancient god language taught by the first-generation Taihao. He felt that it was unfathomable and mysterious. He had tried to comprehend it, but he could not understand anything. Even so, Chunzong had tried to comprehend it from time to time. After many years, he had more or less gained something. Now that he compared it, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was similar to the ancient god language. It was as if it was a part of the ancient god language. Thinking of this, Chunzong's head shook. Under the chaotic prime realm, he suddenly thought of more things. What was the origin of the ancient god language? It was unfathomable to such an extent. Previously, he had thought that the ancient god language was a language of the core universe. Now it seemed that it was not. Its origin was probably more mysterious than he had imagined. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.